behavior would want to suggest that they're not willing to learn. They're just here because their mother and their father send them, or granny send them come. They'd rather be doing something else, whatever the something else is. And we are given this, it feels like a basket to carry water. It may feel like the most impossible task. I want to tell you, one, God is not unjust to forget your labor of love. I want to also remind you, number two, that the real medal ceremony happens at the end of the race. What happens during is encouragement, but at the end, the prize giving happens at the end of the race. The race may last for a term. The race may last for the whole year. But however that particular race is, that particular situation that you may be losing sleep over, don't give up. The Bible encourages us that he gives strength to the weary. And those who wait on the Lord will have their own strength renewed. Run and not get tired. Walk and not drop down. That's a Jamaican translation of that scripture. Run and don't get tired. Walk and don't pop down. Why is that possible? Because he is carrying you. And so my encouragement to you today as I pull this together and bring it to a close. Don't waste your energies comparing yourselves to others. You have a very specific task, and your task with the capacity that God has given to you is your task and your capacity. Partner with God. Partner with God in what he's doing. Seek the manufacturer, seek the creator to find out what is he saying about this person. And then just follow the leader. And finally, don't give up. Bow your heads with me. Father, I want to thank you for today. I want to thank you for this opportunity you have given to us as educators to gather together, to meet, to discuss, to plan, to brainstorm, to air issues, grievances, and make suggestions as to how we can move forward, how we can make our schools safe, how we can make things safe and secure for our children, how we can adapt, how we can move with the times and still be relevant, Lord. Father, it is a mighty task. And the truth is, God, it is looking almost impossible because in our own strength, it is. So we ask you for wisdom today. You tell us that if anyone lacks wisdom, they should ask of you, and you will give it to us liberally. Without question, you will give us what we need. Give us today, O God, our daily bread. Give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Give us clarity, insight, and foresight. Lord, fill the hearts of your people with compassion, with love, with your own heart. If there is a heart in the room this morning, oh God, that is becoming hard because of stresses and feeling overwhelmed, I pray for such a one this morning that you will pour yourself into them. And you will refresh them, oh God. I pray you will refresh the principles of the Independent Schools Association. We pray for the leadership of the association. We pray for the entire membership. We pray for vision, clear vision, clarity, and focus. We ask you, oh God, for your direction because these children are yours. They were yours first. These children that we teach every day, these children that we interface with, their parents, their families, the communities, all of them were yours first. And so we admit that we don't have the answers. We admit that we are tired, we are weary, but your encouragement to us today, which we receive, oh God, not to get weary in doing good, because if we don't give up, we will reap a rich reward. Thank you that today will be a productive day, a blessed day. That persons will walk away from this experience feeling encouraged, empowered, energized, and ready to go again. We give you thanks. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those lovely words of encouragement, Pastor McCurdy. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme for today says safe and secure futures, navigating change in independent schools. I'm going to read that again, and when I'm finished, I want you to say, if we don't give up. What are we going to say? All right, so safe and secure futures, navigating change in independent schools. All right, great. So to guide us through the rest of today's activities, we have a gentleman. He is a writer, actor, and educator who lives and works between Canada and Jamaica. Known mostly for 3 decades of hard work as a comedian, he has written for stage, screen, and television, as well as taught English, literature, and theater arts at the secondary and tertiary levels. This gentleman has worked in the fields of education, entertainment, community arts, and activism for over 30 years. He is a senior lecturer in the School of Arts, Management, and Humanities at the Edna Manley College of Visual and Performing Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause from Mr. Owen Blacker Ellis. Come on, better than that, people. Better than that. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, gentle folks. GM, good morning. GM, General Meeting. This morning, Mr. Bertram, sir, said that sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And I thought, is that a show? Because I am here, him think it's a show. And I guess because I am a papi, as in the father of many, I'm a papi show. And here I am now as the moderator, but I prefer to be the faderator. Good morning, all. It's going to be a great day. There'll be excitement, there'll be happiness. Do you agree? There'll be learning, instruction, do you agree? And there'll be substance, wouldn't you agree? And we'll all experience some degree of a nice, pleasant surprise. So it's going to be a Jisa day, joyous, instructive, substantial, and amazing. Can we agree on that? Amen. So my first task is to call back Pastor Andrea, my Pastor Andrea. I'm very like that. I'm territorial. She's my Pastor Andrea. To present to her a little token from Jisa. So we're off to an amazing start already. I get a chance to give somebody something, somebody who I love. Good morning again. It is indeed a joy for me to be moderator for this wonderful gathering of educators. Jisa. And I know it's a daunting task, but an inspiring task, I believe you have, to lead education in a context where you don't get government subvention. So you can teach us in the government system a few things about how to do things right, to maintain a good business while teaching the generations present and the future. Amen? So my next task is to introduce our next speaker, an address from the Chief Education Officer in the Ministry of Education. Please help me welcome this wonderful lady who is an esteemed educational leader with over 3 decades of experience. She has held several and efficiently negotiated several key roles within the ministry. including being Deputy Chief Education Officer, overseeing the national assessment and the transition to the national standard curriculum. She is currently pursuing doctoral studies in curriculum instruction and assessment, and she has received accolades. She's not here yet. See, already I am being a papi. Grand papi, in fact. But there's a thing that says every event in this current world that we live is visited by this thing called technical challenges. And we swim or we sink. And I am swimming even now. We shall not sink. Amen? Amen? So, in case you don't know, as a moderator, as an MC, as a host, I depend and rely entirely on interaction. You have to talk with me. You have to talk back to me. So let's do it a particular way. I'm going to keep saying okay and all right. And when I say okay, your response is all right. And if I say all right, your response is okay. Okay? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm okay. So now we're and loudest applause as they come now to inspire you with the hypnotic thunder of drums. Genesis Academy. Keep the applause going as they get together. Keep the love flowing. And prepare your hearts to be warmed with more amazing musical entertainment.
Be here, and I look forward to speaking with you after the presentation and answering any additional questions that you may have. So we'll get started. As all of you are aware, back in November, there were a series of bomb threats that went out around the country, and it severely affected many institutions, educational institutions, government agencies, and other places, and it was a major disruption to the country. So we're very involved in security in many aspects here. We coordinate with the government of Jamaica, the JCF, the JDF, on many different activities. So as we were working with them to try to resolve this issue and figure out who was behind it, we thought, what could we do to help prepare organizations on how they could deal with and respond to these types of threats. And in doing that, I began to put together a presentation that we can give to the stakeholders and the various institutions that can help them deal with these issues. So that's what we have today. This is about a 35-minute presentation, And I do want to just let you know in advance that the materials that we talk about here, we will make them available to you so that you can take them back to your respective organizations and help you in putting together your bomb threat management plan is what we're going to talk about. So without any further delay, we'll get started. Let's see here. And I may walk around and try to project and let me know if you can't hear me, if I need to come back to the microphone. There we go. All right, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about today. As they mentioned, I am the regional security officer at the U.S. Embassy, so I am responsible for the safety and security of all the diplomats assigned here from the embassy, all of our property, and again, all the information. So when you see all of those people gathered at the consular visa section and consular section, all of our people, I'm there to help ensure that it's a safe and secure environment. And if anything were to happen, that we have the proper processes and procedures in place to help mitigate any types of threats. Working in this capacity around the world in various places in Asia and Middle East, we experience all types of threats frequently. Fortunately, not here in Jamaica, but for example, right now with the hostilities that we have going on in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas and our support for Israel, we receive a lot of threats, so frequently we get threats, not necessarily here, but around the world with my colleagues to blow up the embassy, kill the ambassador, kill someone. So we deal with this thing on a frequent basis. And of course, we have processes and procedures to help mitigate and counter that so we can minimize the disruptions to our operations. And of course, be prepared in the case that something does happen. So we're going to talk today about bomb threats specifically, the types of threats, statistics, the challenges that we have in investigating these types of threats. And we're going to talk about put together a bomb threat management plan, the components of it, and we can have a question and answer session. So, all right, so we start off right with the basics, right? What is a bomb threat? Everybody knows what it is, but it's any communication that indicates the presence or the intent to detonate an explosive device, right? And those threats can come in a variety of ways. Historically, the primary way was phone calls. People would go to a phone booth or call in a bomb threat and empty out the place. But now, as technology has advanced, the majority of threats are received via email. But they can use social media, right? Or they can third party. They can tell someone to tell someone else. For example, if I call the police station and say, yeah, I placed a bomb at AISK and it's going to go off, right? So these are the various methods that a bomb threat can be received. So, as we're aware, we just mentioned, we had a series of bomb threats here in Jamaica that severely affected operations here in the ports and everything else, very disruptive and costly. We are working with the Jamaican government and the police to investigate these threats and try to identify the culprits and bring them to justice. But we'll talk about that, the challenges that we do have with these types of investigations. But ultimately, what are the impact of bomb threats? It's dangerous, right? If you have to all of a sudden get all of these students together to try to evacuate, many different things can happen in the course of that. We know that it's very costly, disruptive, right? It drains resources. It creates a psychological impact on the students or having to deal with this. They become scared and they may not be able to function in their academic environments. As I mentioned, it's a strain on first responder resources. So like what occurred in November, you got all of these threats going to all of these different schools. The police have limited capabilities to respond to all of those. So we have to be realistic. Even if they have the best capabilities, they only have so many. So if you have this going on in Mandeville and Montego Bay and Kingston, they're stretched thin. And now your operations are at a halt until they're able to respond and go and clear the building. So what we're going to talk about today will help mitigate that. I've been working, I met with Commissioner Anderson last week, with the JDF, so that we're all on the same page on the proper protocols and procedures and what they need to do and the information they need to provide to the schools to help everyone work together to address these issues. So let's talk about this. In the U.S., this is a very frequent occurrence, unfortunately, but we deal with it a little bit more because they do have to make bombs, and we have experienced occasions where bombs have went off in the U.S., right? So the primary targets for these bomb threats are schools, religious institutions, and then government offices. Less so to, the engineering firm, the accounting firm, or things like that. So those are the primary targets. In the U.S., we get approximately 5,000 bomb threats a year to various institutions, things. So, and they're doing the swatting in order to get back at their friends, or they are online playing video games and doing all of these different things. So, so these are just some of the things that we're seeing in the U.S. Swatting, the bomb threats, and of course the active shooters. If someone were to call the school and say, hey, we're about to engage in X, Y, and Z. Another point I want to make about this is in those actual bombings, not one time did they call the police and give advance notice that a bomb was about to go off. So when we had the actual events, when there was a bomb, not one time did they call and say, the bomb is going to explode, because it will be counter to them accomplishing their goal of what they want to do, right? So again, respond to these various threats, whether it's a bomb threat or a threat saying I'm going to come and shoot with us to provide that information. I did this. So he was apprehended. But I want to let you know it wasn't because we were able to compromise that tour, what we're talking about. See, he acknowledged that. He's saying each one of these cases, the government or the police, they didn't compromise Tor. And Tor simply means that's the onion router. When we talk about getting on the dark web and the dark net, that's the method to do it. And as they mentioned earlier, it uses 3 VPNs essentially to conceal your identity before it makes the final request over the internet. So it's just something used to conceal that IP address, what I was talking about. So that student went onto the dark net. He ordered this bomb threat. So now, because the other students went and reported it to their parents, then to the police, they were just simply able to interrogate him and say, hey, we know that you did this, that he broke and he confessed. And that's the only reason they were able to apprehend him, but still were not able to apprehend the individual that sent the threats originally, all right? So this obviously is something, and we're going to talk about it next, so I'm not even going to finish letting this play, but he go through other cases of how people were captured, and he's trying to educate people on how not to get caught. The second person was at Harvard University sending threats because he didn't want to take an exam, so he accessed the dark web, but from the computer network system in the library, he sent the threats. The police were able to see that the threats came from the dark web, so now we don't know where the person is. What they were able to do is to say, okay, who on our system accessed the dark web at this time? And that pointed to that individual. So again, dark web wasn't compromised. We don't know. So they just said because they're able to track the network at the university, the dark web was accessed at 12:20. Only one student that was in the library accessed the dark web. So the police engaged him, interrogated him. He confessed. So he's saying, hey, don't talk too much. Practice good operational security when you're doing something wrong. Don't tell people about it, and you won't get caught. Because if that student would have simply, the United States, we know when we read you your rights, if he would have said, I ain't talking to you, the police, I want to talk to my lawyer, and he wouldn't have confessed, it would have been no way we would have known that it was him, you know. So this stuff is out here. This is on the internet. And again, it's teaching people. So again, those threats did not have to originate from Jamaica. So the people are not aware of all of these details and how we operate and what we can do. But they just want to see someone get arrested and get resolved this situation. But it's not that simple, you know. And so this is part of an awareness and education campaign to let you know, okay, police do have limited capabilities to do things. Now, what happens if we talk about how bomb threats causes disruptions and everything, you get these copycatters, right? Once they see how you respond and you evacuating and doing all these things, other individuals who don't know how to do all of this stuff, they just start doing it as well, and those are the ones that usually get caught because they don't really know what they're doing. They're seeing, they just want to get this response, and it's easier to capture them. So we're going to talk about, okay, so what can we do? I'm going to assessment and response, all right? And the key person I'm going to talk about here is the decision maker. That's the head of school, principal, whomever, that got to make that call to say, hey, we need to evacuate or we don't, the principal, right? These components of the plan, right? So planning and preparation, as you do this, you need to coordinate with the law enforcement. Like I say, I've already been meeting with JCF. We're all on the same page because you need to be able to call to them and say, hey, we just received this threat. Then they can tell you, oh, yeah, 20 other schools received the threat as well. That's the information to me on how I'm going to make my decision on how we're going to go forward. So you need to establish that partnership. Who is the POC that I'm going to call? And so they're consolidating that information. He was dressed very well, spoke very well, very matter of fact, and said he's going to do X, Y, and Z, you know, like, okay. All right, again, the prevalence of social media, Instagram, Facebook, the threats can come in a variety of means. You just want to capture it the best you can. So the checklist, something, again, we can push out. It says, okay, ask these questions, record the time, what did we observe? All right, this is a bomb threat checklist, and this is like a checklist that we have on all of our IT systems. Now, the threat assessment. This is a crucial component in the bomb threat management plan. It's the ability to assess the threat, right? And this is what I've been talking about the whole time, but it's important how we record the evidence and everything. Of course, all threats should be carefully assessed and a conclusion reached. Factors to consider when we're assessing the threats, when we are assessing the threat. Level of realism, plausibility, directness, prior acts of threats, current events regarding this or similar facilities, accessibility of the site, advice of local law enforcement. So these are the different things we're going to take in consideration. When I say prior acts or threats, current events, so again, knowing that if I say, hey, 50 different schools receive this threat, then I know that, okay, but the probability is low that this is credible, right? And we're going to talk about, I can characterize this as a low risk. Then we'll see what we do if we think it's low risk, what to do if it's moderate or if it's high, right? But what's the key? There is no absolute method of determining the credibility of a threat, right? This is just someone who is paid the big bucks to make the decisions, right? Who has to make that assessment and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. I'm responsible for all of these lives, see, like myself. And this if something happens bad, right? So I'm taking that responsibility. So it's the risk assessor. So another thing you have to take in consideration is access to the site. So I know we have, when we say accessibility of the site, we have tremendous physical security features at the embassy. So I take that into consideration when somebody say, oh yeah, they came and planted a bomb. Oh yeah, how did they get in? Because it ain't easy to get in there. It's like going through the airport, right? So your site and the accessibility, that's something that you take into consideration when you assessing it. What are your physical security features of the property? Again, where did they say they placed the bomb and all these other things? So threat assessment, low risk, lacks realism. The ability to carry out the threat is questionable. Grandiose claims, like as I said, vague, indirect, implausible, lacks detail, right? Known or repeat caller. Every time that we have this math test on Friday, we get a bomb threat. Okay, so we know how to deal with that one, right? So, known or repeat caller. There's obvious reason to believe the motive is disruption, right? So now I'm going to assess that as low, all right? And we're going to respond to that differently. Moderate, feasible and sufficiently detailed, includes a time and a place. Wording suggests thoughtful planning, right? No strong indication of preparatory steps, maybe increased specificity. I'm serious, right? So now as the assessor, okay, I might place this as moderate, right? Then we get to the high risk. It appears to pose immediate threat, right? Direct, specific. I'm mad, I got fired, my name Isaiah Rowland, I planted that bomb and it's gonna go off. Okay, now we gotta deal with this one a little differently. He said who he is, he sounds serious. I'm fairly new, I don't know, I went to Home Depot, I got some pipes, I got some fertilizer, and I've been researching it, and I'm gonna make this bomb go off. All right, so I'm gonna place that into a different category on how I'm gonna respond. Again, as you assess risks, take comfort that most bomb threats are proven to be false, right? However, you always want to look at signs and follow your plan that you have. That's why I began the presentation by saying the prevalence of bombings. When was the last time we had an actual event? You know, all of these things we're taking into consideration as we are making our assessment. Responses. Different threat levels correspond to different courses of action. Not even talking about a minimal threat. We started off at low, right? Minimal. That's something I can dismiss very quickly. I assess it. I assess the threat, the discount based off of experience. Suspect has made multiple baseless threats, and the threat doesn't contain new information. So we refer to it as EDP, and most of this third person who does it frequently, they call me, hey, sir, we just got another threat from Jim. The search, going into lockdown and everything. Let's look at, okay, let's say we assess search and lockdown. We need more time and information is needed to assess the credibility of the threat. We can conduct a search, may include full or partial lockdown. But again, and I'm gonna tie it all together, assess and evacuate. Even if the threat seems credible, do not evacuate immediately. So even if we're going to decide that we're going to evacuate, we still just don't say, okay, evacuate now. Now, I guess like you have your protocol for the fire. Now that search team that we talked about, they need to go through the route that you're going to evacuate, search that, that's clear, and the rally point where they're going to assemble. Okay, that has been cleared, and now we can go to this point, right? So you go through those steps.
Bomb threat search plan should include written routes and instructions that help people remember their unique roles and assignments, even under stress. The search team should include people who routinely work in different areas of the facility and who know what is normal for those areas. Where should you search? An IED search should cover the entire facility, prioritizing areas where the threat is higher or where it would be easier for someone to place an IED. There are three main types of locations that will need to be searched: rooms, routes, and areas. Rooms. Every kind of room needs to be searched. Don't forget loading docks, mechanical rooms, or other spaces that are typically only accessible to employees. Before beginning to search a room, divide it into two approximately equal parts, based on the number and type of objects in the room to be searched. This way, both members of the team will finish their searches at about the same time. Each searcher can then divide the room into 4 levels: floor to waist, waist to chin, chin to ceiling, and above false ceilings, ventilation grills, or lights. Focus on the objects at one level at a time. This helps you be systematic about thoroughly checking each new space. When a room has been cleared, document that fact using the marking system designated in the IED search plan. Routes. A route search is focused on the halls, doors, or walkways, both interior and exterior, through which people travel. Bombers could place an IED or secondary devices along potential evacuation routes in order to do more harm. Choose a logical entry point to begin the search. The route search should focus on vulnerable points where an explosive device is more likely to be hidden, such as bottleneck points. These areas are likely to have larger amounts of and slower foot traffic. Marking points. These areas may have an overhead sign or a facility map directing people where to go. Concealment points. Corner of the boundary and walk at the same pace to the opposite boundary. Searchers then turn around. Documentation. By preparing a bomb threat management plan in advance, you will be better able to respond quickly and safely to a potential threat. A clear and organized IED search plan will help you exercise caution, mitigate risk, and most importantly, prevent loss of life. For more information about bomb
So we saw in that case, they didn't, check that particular item. All right? If you're going to evacuate, what we talked about, you need to do it away from the suspicious item, right? You need to announce the need to evacuate after routes and assembly areas have been cleared, and most importantly, advise all evacuees to remove their personal items, because now if the dogs come and they want to search everything, that's less work they have to do, because we know that that's not suspicious. That book bag belonged to this person. Take it with you. We know that you didn't bring a bomb with you in your bag. So let's remove all of your personal items with you if you do make that decision to evacuate. All right? That's less things that the police have to deal with. And then your evacuation team, because you made that decision, they cleared the route, they cleared the assembly area, and of course they go back to make sure everyone has evacuated. All right? So we look at the different risk levels, low, moderate, or high, and we talk about the components of those corresponding levels and the potential responses based off of how we made that assessment, right? This is what we're going to do once we've made that assessment. But usually only when it's high do we go to, like I say, evacuations and full searches and everything like that. Okay, so the summary, and basically the benefits of having a plan, all of those things that we discussed, right? It'll help reduce the confusion, right? And it deters people from continuing to do it because they see they're not getting the response that they want. Considering that we discussed that the majority of these are hoaxes and that it's a low probability. Can I say 100% of the time it's going to be false? No, no one can say that. No one can say that. And just coincidentally, as I was preparing to come here yesterday in Greece, in Athens, but they're known for these types of things. They put an explosive device out. They called to the news station and said it's going to go off in an hour, and in 40 minutes the bomb went off, right? So yeah, so it happens, right? It does happen. But knowing this information, sharing information with the police, so anytime you do get that threat, you need to convey it to the police. Now they're getting this from all the different schools and everything, so you have more confidence. Okay, yeah, 20 schools received this. Okay, great. We know what's going on here now, right? All right, and again, this is a quad fold I can push out that kind of summarizes all the things that we just talked about, the different things to do, and I'll forward it so everyone can have it. All right, now, because I've partnered with the DHS, CISA, and the FBI, I can coordinate if it's a particular course or something that everyone would like to have. We can get a group together to come out and address different parts of the plan, right? This stuff is free, it's online. A lot of it is independent studies, self-study. You go to that CISA website, you can sign up for these things. Or I can have trainers come out and deliver a presentation. It's not an issue. Thank you very much. I will take a few questions if we have time. If anyone does have any questions.
Any questions? You will see your hand over there. Let me take the microphone to you. Unless you're going to stand up and shout. That might be a threat.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Roland. When you were showing the video of the school and you had the two persons outside walking the perimeter area, so I was thinking, would we have enough time to do that? Because that seemed to take a lot of time to walk together, to walk the perimeter, and then to go back, turn a 90-degree, and to do all of that again.
The type of threat you got. And if you got to that point where the decision maker said, we need to conduct the search, right? And they may say, we just need to do a partial search of this particular area, you know, so, right, if it gets to that point where it needs to be that comprehensive, it is time consuming, you know, and.
You won't know what timing is. You won't know because they just send a threat. How are we going to know if there's a timer on it? How much time do we have to do all of that?
Yeah, so is no easy answers in any of this, right? And the purpose, as I mentioned in the beginning, is for them to cause disruptions and to create chaos. So that's why it's very incumbent upon that decision maker to say, well, we're going to do a partial search. That's going to be sufficient. In consultation, you know, with the police, how do we assess the credibility of that threat? If it's assessed as high and we really think something is there, then we're going to have to take that time to do everything. We're going to shut it down. But that's why, for us to get to that point, we're looking at all of these other factors before we make that determination to do that search and how comprehensive it's going to be. You all know your facilities. The facilities manager and everyone is important, a part of this search plan. They know, hey, well, nobody had access to this area, so why do we need to search that area like this, you know? So that's why that team, when they get together, they say, okay, well, we're going to identify this particular place, and then this is what we're going to do. So you know, everyone is looking for comfort and be able to say, hey, we did that thorough job, and it's a certain level of risk tolerance you got to have, you know? So you know, the short answer is potentially yes, it could be very comprehensive and take a long time, but you need to make that decision if that's required for that particular threat that we receive.
Just the last part.
Sure.
So, I didn't get it in the video. You were saying that they were to do the checking of the areas, but I didn't see where they say anything about the students. What do you do with the students and the rest of the staff whilst they are checking the areas because you don't know where the bomb is.
Yeah, of
What are you
course.
going to do with them? Leave them in the space that they are?
Potentially, based off, that's why that decision maker who receiving all of the information is saying, okay, I assess this as low. You see, there's a low probability that this is legitimate. Therefore, we can just do a cursory search while the students are still there. You see, they didn't disrupt the school, and they went and checked. Because we don't see anything out of place, then we're going to continue with our normal operations. Because if every time you received a threat, you evacuated and we had to do the complete search, that's why I laid out in the beginning. You see, I can order a bomb threat for every school for $60. So if they see that you keep doing that, no, I'm going to keep sending it. And since I know that no bomb has went off in Jamaica since 1980, that no other bomb has went off, it's going to give me inform. I'm gonna make an informed decision on how I respond. You see, because we got to take the power back. You giving the power to someone sitting in Russia, and they send it to Malaysia, and they just keep evacuating your school. So what we can do with this plan, like I say, now I can say, and I can have confidence, I assess this threat based off of international protocols of what they do around the world, because this is international, kind of the same system, various slight variations. And I'm confidently saying I do not need to evacuate. I can do a partial search, and we've satisfied the requirements for our plan. That helps give some coverage to the decision makers, and I say, and instill confidence in your stakeholders. But there's no one definitive answer. Of course, if you want to be completely safe, okay, every time evacuate, every time. The police have limited resources. When they come, they bring their dogs, right? Now we got a threat over here, so that's why it's incumbent upon each institution to have this plan.
Well, good morning. I don't
morning.
have a question, but I have a congratulatory comment. Whoever got you here?
Well, you can thank
Whoever got you here?
Miss Anna
Because
here.
my grandson was in panic mode for 1 week. And now I can go back to the PTA to say, you know, how many schools in the world got this? Get out, get out, get out. Evacuate. So I am so happy that whoever is responsible to get you here. So,
Thank you.
you can, it's a
Jisa.
congratulation because this has done something for me at my age to calm me because I had to calm him. For 1 week, he was out of it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for having me, and it's my pleasure. So I took this. I met with Dr. Chang when this was going on. We were assisting and investigating these because we saw the impact that was having on the country. And I said, what can I do to help? So I broke it down into 3 phases, actually. This is just one of them. First one is assisting and building capacity for the JCF and the JDF, the ability to investigate these things and apprehend the perpetrators, right? So to give them the tools to say, okay, to do dark web investigations, cryptocurrency, all of these things. So we work closely with them to build their capacity, which they're already good at, but we just offer whatever assistance we have to train them to identify the threat actors. Second is to talk to the stakeholders, right? So I met with the people at the airport, at the ports, say, hey, no, this is how you can handle this and deal with it to help minimize the probability of this continuing. Because I mentioned that we had these copycatters, you know, that just jumped onto the train and started doing it. Just 2 weeks ago, a threat went to a high school in Trelawney, right? And so you see people, they're copycatters because they see how you responded. And then the third phase of what we're working on is say, okay, what we're going to do if we find something. What are the capabilities of the JCF and the JDF, and how can we help them make sure that if they do find a device, they can deal with it, right? So we're approaching it from those 3 aspects. And again, thank you for having me. Any more questions? I know I'm taking up more time, but if you have.
We did say it would be a Jisa day, joyous, instructive, substantial, and amazing. This was instructive and substantial. Am I right or am I right? Mr. Holmes, over to you.
As my colleague here said, whoever got you here,
Yes,
we should also thank the organizers. But it's about risk assessment. It's about considering the types of threats that your schools may face and the mitigation strategies that you'll put in place to handle these threats. It's about having a threat management plan, not just being reactive, but being proactive in how we consider what the threats may be that may come at us and how we respond. It's about considering the investment now to limit the costs related to these threats later. It's about considering incidents like the news coming out of Japan, where AI has been used to defraud a bank of millions of dollars, impersonating the persons who work at the bank, impersonating actual workers, and getting to one employee that passed over millions of dollars not knowing that it was not his boss. Right? So
these are the challenges.
These are the challenges that we may face as school leaders, persons taking on our personalities to get into our schools. So the last thing here, the hot test. The hot test, being aware of the hot test. Is it hidden? Is it obviously suspicious? Is it not typical? Right? And then we make sure that we respond in the most appropriate way. So thank you, sir, for this presentation this morning. It was a pleasure having you and listening to your presentation. It has been quite helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're a little bit behind with time, but we're going to move on. I wanted to take this chance to just encourage you all to look around at the booths that are in the room, and in due time, do go and have a more in-depth look at what's available. I want to also acknowledge sponsors, the platinum sponsors, Covenant Insurance Brokers, Smart Term, NCB Insurance Agency and Fund Management Limited, and Hodder Education, platinum sponsors. Please applaud them. And the gold sponsors, the Book Merchant Bookstore Limited, EduHub, and TIP, and yes, that's it, gold sponsors. Please applaud them as well. And take some chance and look around. So I'm gonna make a step back to step forward and to reintroduce the, I read your very in-depth bio. I love people who have hyphenated names, hyphenated first name and hyphenated surname. Because I live a hyphenated life, being actor, teacher, comedian, serious grandfather, and all these things. And Papi Show, not Grand Papi Show. So now let's hear from our esteemed speaker, Mrs. Terrian Simone Thomas Gale. We know things about you, don't? Right, you already heard her bio. I'm just going to say she's an awesome person. And we did promise you Jisa, joyous, instructive, substantial, and amazing. She is all that and awesome. Please welcome Terrian Simone Thomas Gale, Chief Education Officer. I think we need the other microphone. I'm technically. Oh, got it done though.
I'm happy I wasn't here for that introduction because I would say it wasn't me, but that's between Mrs. Mackenzie and Kadia Wills McCullough coming out of my office. Colleagues, it is indeed my pleasure to be here with you. I'm looking over there and I want Dr. Nichols to look at me. And I want you to stand, Dr. Nichols. Colleagues, that lady right there, all that you heard in the bio, she has a great part to play in who I am. And I applaud you, Dr. Nichols. You have been there. She was my regional director, and she leads with a iron fist. And she wasn't easy on me, and she made me who I am. From going through those files to now I'm sitting at the CEO's desk, and I'm going back to 2010, and I'm like, okay, this is what Dr. Nichols meant, and I need to look for this. I thank you, Dr. Nichols. P.S. Troop and I speak a lot about you. We were both in the same region at the same time, under her leadership and her tutelage, and Miss Hunt, Sharon Hunt. So Dr. Nichols, your legacy lives on in us, and we applaud you. Moderator, Mr. Owen Blacker Ellis. Guest speakers, Mr. Isaiah Rowland and Mr. Marlon Cooper. The Jisa president, Mrs. Tamar McKenzie, all the Jisa coordinators, other members of the Jisa executive, principals, leaders, our esteemed registrar, Ms. Sharon Hunt, and her deputy, Diana Thompson. Colleagues, good morning all. I am honored to be here today representing the minister. Unfortunately, our honorable minister is unavoidably absent, and she would not want your AGM to pass without the ministry being represented here. And so Ms. McKenzie tells me that 2 weeks ago, she was told that I was going to be here. And so it is indeed my pleasure to be here with you this morning to bring greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Education. And so I want to express the gratitude of our minister for this invitation and to assure you that the independent unit continues to be that pillar in our education sector that she is continued proud about. As you embarked on this theme, Safe and Secure Futures, Navigating Change in Independent Education. As Dr. Nichols said, it is timely. Not only is it timely, but it presented to us information that we need, not just for all the other days that went by in October, but for the future. And you presented in such a way that made it seem as if something that we can go through. And so it is indeed timely. The theme is timely, and we applaud the AGM, the planners, for selecting such a theme and such a presenter. At the end of this conference, the role of the independent schools will take as they embark on their change to be change agent as it relates to keeping safe and secure environment. It is important for schools to remain viable and supportive. It cannot be overstated the role you play in catering to the lives of the children that you lead. We should take this opportunity to align our operations to the transformation agenda of the education sector. The independent unit plays a role in transforming education. You might have a small number of students who exit every year to the high school level. We have about 4,000 to be exact, but the impact you make on those 4,000 students is tremendous when compared to the entire population. And we want you not to take that for granted, but to continue to improve on the processes within your institutions and the preparation that you put in place for the students under your care. Once again, I want to thank you for the invitation, and I look forward to seeing the results coming out of this AGM and how it will change the way you move forward in your operations daily. It is also another role I had here today, colleagues, not only to greet you and to wish you well on your conference, but to also present to you your registrar. Ms. Hunt, I'm going to ask you to stand. Colleagues, she has been away from us for far too long. She's back with us. The good thing is, while she was away from us, and we thank God for that, she was still in education, and so she would have garnered some additional skills to even put her at top above the rest. She's no ordinary person. Sharon, we are happy to have you back. It is indeed my pleasure to be supervising you. And colleagues, the unit was kept afloat by Miss Diana Thompson. And Diana, I'm going to ask you to stand. And I want to publicly thank you, Diana. I don't see her. As a matter of fact, when I sat there, I'm like, Sharon, it's the second time I see her, and we're going to memoir. She has been so busy into getting the operation, and she was operating short staff, I was told. And we had little or no issues in the independent unit. You are still represented at the table, and we want to thank you for representing the ministry. Miss Hunt will go off. She came back to us, but we're sending her off for about 2 weeks, Sharon. For about 2 weeks to recuperate and to come back. So Diana will continue to supervise you. I am here for you. My numbers remain the same. I think everybody knows my number from the exam branch. I am still reachable, but together we can get it done, colleagues. You are valuable to the education sector, and I want you to take a bow and just know that your contribution, nobody else can do it but you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I will be here, Mr. Blacker. I will be here until about 1:30. I was late. Let me apologize for that. I went to play. National Play Therapy Conference. That's at the UE Confucius Center. I think that's where I was. And so I deliberately came here after because I didn't want to be coming here and rushing there. So I'll be here with you until about 1:30, and you can have conversation with me during lunch.
Don't leave it. They have stuff for you. No, that's stuff for you.
Yes, that's both for you. Good morning, colleagues. It's always a pleasure to have and to listen to Dr. Darian Thomas Gale when she comes. It's not Dr. yet. Soon to be. Let's pronounce it on her, right, everybody? Let's pronounce it. Let's pronounce that. So, Mrs. Darian Thomas Gale, and we're pronouncing the doctorate on you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you to come and just share with us each time. Because, I know we're here looking forward to hear something about PEP, but we know you're in the capacity today on behalf of the Minister of Education. So we're so happy. Thank you once again for coming, sharing with us, bringing greetings, and we look forward to having you as always. All right, so I have 2 gifts in my hand. Oh, come forward, yeah. On behalf of Jisa, Jamaica Association, I proudly present this to you, and thank you for coming. And of course, this one is for our minister, beloved Minister of Education. Thank you once again. And of course, a pleasure to have our unit, our representative from the unit. Ms. Hunt, welcome back. Thank you, Ms. Diane, for the work you have been doing, and we will continue to work with you. All right. Thank you, everyone.
And thanks to the sharp and never tardy, truly hardy for that presentation. So we're going to be offering you exactly 2.5 minutes to get up from your chairs, have a quick look around at the booths that our sponsors have provided for us while you get ready for the next presentation to be introduced by Mrs. Janice Simpson. So please do get up, shake, move around, and view what's been placed here for your edification by our generous sponsors. And just a reminder Our platinum sponsors are Covenant Insurance Brokers, Smart Term, NCB Insurance Agency, and Fund Managers Limited, Hodder Education, platinum sponsors, and gold sponsors, the Book Merchant, Book Zone Limited, EduHub, and Tip Friendly Society. Do have a look around. Just close it. Just close it. An event of this nature certainly benefits from generous sponsorship, and we really just want to give eyes and ears to what the sponsors have brought for you here. Covenant Insurance Brokers, Smart Term, NCB Insurance Agency and Fund Management Limited, Hodder Education. Those are our platinum sponsors, and gold sponsors, the Book Merchant, Book Zone Limited, EduHub, and Tip Friendly Society. You have 15 seconds left to look around. Platinum sponsors are Covenant Insurance Brokers, Smart Term, NCB Insurance Agency, Fund Management Limited, and Hodder Education. Platinum sponsors. Look at God. I want to also acknowledge NCB as your health service providers through Guardian. This is Jisa Gm, embracing change, unlocking potential, and inspiring growth. As Mr. Rowland presented, I had cause to reflect on how our Jamaican cultural norms can impact how we view bomb threats. Because we have a culture of threats. I'm going to beat you up, I'm going to thump you down. And we promise and threat. And threats come fast and furious. And very often those threats are idle, but we cannot be caught unprepared. This is Jisa Day, February 7, 2024. Safe and secure futures, navigating change in independent education. So do grab a chance to also network, make some connections, grab some additional refreshment, and view the booth from the various sponsors as we stand by for another instructive and substantial presentation here at Jisa Gm 2024. You're getting an extra 25 seconds. In a couple of seconds, I will again ring the imaginary bell for the end of recess as we return to the classroom, so to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, bling, gling, 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 bling, gling, 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 bling, gling, 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 gling. You just heard the ringing of the bell to return from recess. Return to your seats as we get ready for the next presentation. Please return to your positions. Thank you. You have a big ticket on your paper. And a smiley face and 2 stars. Good job. Life without laughter is like plants without water. Don't make those sandwiches feel lonely. So please, let's go now. Let's move on. Let's move on. We're not doing too badly with time at all. So, if we just get these tired students who are still by the book zone a little bit too exciting. Short. Sit down and calm down and send them back to them seat. Thank you, sir. Book zone come like that little vendor on the school compound of the kids out of class. I buy sweetie. During class time. So let's welcome to introduce the next presenter. If I have your attention, let me just check. Okay? All right? Okay? All right? Okay? All right. Let's welcome Jisa Region 5 Coordinator, Ms. Janice Simpson, to introduce our next presenter.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As we continue on the trajectory to safe and secure futures, navigating change in independent education, mine is the pleasure this morning to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Ryan Meeks. Ryan Meeks has over 19 years of experience working in banking, academia, and cyber security. He's an effective communicator that has developed specialized skills in areas such as information security, strategic planning, process design, project management, research, and software quality assurance. Mr. Meeks earned his BSc in Information Technology from the University of Technology, Jamaica, and completed his postgraduate studies in computer science at the Norfolk State University in Virginia, where he specialized in network defense and cryptography. Mr. Meeks presently works at Simtai Consulting Limited, which is a leading cybersecurity, digital transformation, and anti-money laundering firm serving the Caribbean and the wider world. Mr. Meeks leads the teams responsible for application security and DevSecOps, that word that we just learned about not too long ago. Mr. Meeks performs business analysis, quality assurance reviews, security training, and oversees the teams that are responsible for conducting daily penetration tests and risk assessments to ensure clients receive quality service. He's one of us. He came up through the ranks because he attended Stella Maris Prep. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Ryan Meeks to make his presentation. Make him welcome, please.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It's always a pleasure hearing your bio. Of course, it just seems to always age you. But that's fine, right? Yes. All right, so I'm very honored to be a part of this meeting today because, of course, what I have been doing and what the organization that I work for have been doing is exactly in line with your theme, which is all right, testing you at this present moment. Safe and secure futures. All right, the rest of it is fine, but safe and secure futures is what we're really and truly focusing on today. So my aim, of course, is to just go through some items with you. Of course, representing Simtai Consulting, we do a lot of cybersecurity sensitization sessions or workshops for our clients, and I think it is very important that persons understand what are some of the threats that exist, which I'm sure by now a lot of persons would have some idea as to what they are, but again, it is always good to know how to address these concerns on a daily basis because it is happening more and more and more each day. All right, so you know me already. That's fine. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to play a video. I want to start off with this video because I want you to understand what a hacker or what we consider as a hacker, try to understand how they think and how they actually go about doing their everyday activities. All right, can I click it or you? All right, let's pay attention here.
How did you decide to become a hacker?
Well, I'm not really sure what it means to become a hacker. That's like some guy in a hoodie who types really fast and stays up all night writing code and cracking passwords. It's not me. I just spy on people and see what makes them click. It's not a bad job.
Mark Hanning, CEO of Qualicart, set to report earnings after their blockbuster IPO.
So you consider this a job?
I put a lot of work into this. I'm not lazy. It takes research to figure out the key players, learn all about them, their families, their friends, what they care about. You have to understand the company's organization. I get a lot of my information from the sales department because they're always so quick and eager. They're hungry. People trust too easily. They don't look at the details. I do. Details matter. That's what I'm good at. It has to look completely believable. It has to look familiar. This is where research is important. It's not some generic piece of spam. It's an email from their boss with their company's signature. It's written in the voice of the boss. It's what he would say if he were writing this.
What about the malware itself? How does that work?
Somebody else out there already wrote all the code that does the actual attack. I'm just using it in the attachment. My skill is in my ability to get a bunch of people to click on that attachment. I always wonder what it's like when the whole thing unfolds on their end, when the panic sets in.
Please leave your message after the beep.
Hey, this is Rajiv in finance. Call me as soon as you get this. Something's up with my laptop. I can't.
Katie, are you on your way into the office? Something's going on with our file servers.
It's Karen in HR. Our benefits dashboard seems really slow. We're getting calls from users on it. Can you call when you get this? Joining conference now.
Apparently, there's a malware attack targeting our main...
It's ransomware. They're holding us hostage. We're locked out of everything. I can't even check my phone. What about the backup?
That will take days.
We need this fixed now. Just pay it. We don't have a choice. We're reporting earnings in 2 hours.
But how do we know
Just
that they'll...
pay it. Put every single person on getting us back up and running.
All right,
That's the
you can stop it there.
priority now.
So that just gives you a quick idea as to what takes place. You don't have to be a skilled person to be a hacker. What she said? You just need to convince somebody to click. And that's what persons have been doing for a very long time. We've heard about phishing emails and all these different things. In the very near future, it is still a thing. All right? And we will go through some of that eventually, but that just kind of paints a picture that you just need to be able to do your research, on an organization, once you're now able to copycat the look and feel of that organization, you can now trick persons to downloading something, and once you get that downloaded, you can now take control of just about anything you want to. All right. So today, the agenda is as follows, and I'll try to make it as short as possible because I know I am the only thing standing between you and lunch, and that can be very dangerous. All right? So we're going to look on what is cybersecurity and what are cyber attacks, who are considered hackers, which we kind of have an idea already. And then we're going to just go through some other items here that I think would be very relevant to the meeting today. So first, what is cybersecurity? Ideally, this is basically just applying processes and technologies and controls to just about anything that is online. So we have to look at the networks, the devices that are sending data across these networks, whether the data is at rest, meaning it is stored on a device, or it is in transit. It has to be secure at all of these different areas. And that's the aim of cybersecurity, to make these safe. What is a cyber attack? I think we all know what a cyber attack is, because we've seen a lot of cases in the past, and the future. Maybe you're all futuristic, yes? But ideally, it is an attempt that a hacker will make to create some type of damage to your devices or to deface something, put up something on a website that is going to ruin the reputation of an organization. Now we have different types of threat actors, and I heard Isaiah mention that word, threat actor. I'm not sure if he had covered it, but in essence, a threat actor is just the person or an organization or some entity that will now carry out this task of trying to damage or ruin your networks or your systems. So that can be a number of, it could be a range of individuals or entities. It could be countries. And we've seen cases like that in Russia and Ukraine, where, I won't say who, but they have different countries that are, trying to use cyber attacks to gain an upper advantage over another country. You have cyber criminals who are just trying to do this for their own personal gain, trying to get their money off of it, right? You can sell a lot of information on the dark web, and that information is very costly in some cases, and you can make a lot of money for it. Therefore, it's a big business. Do you know that they even have call centers of hackers? Yeah, call centers of hackers. So they have big buildings of individuals just working to try. Yeah, they go to work, and they're working, and they're getting persons to click, and they're bringing down organizations, and they're making money for the organization, and they get paid. All right? So for profit, you also have thrill seekers, so persons who are just learning this now. So you might have, say for instance, even young individuals, students who are going on YouTube, and they might see a new technique, and they might say, I could try this. Let me try it on my school website, because that's the only website I know really. And not knowing that there are repercussions for going and doing these type of actions, if they're caught as well. All right? And then we also have insider threats. This we usually tend to overlook because we always think that a hacker is someone on the external trying to get onto our network. But it could be somebody on the inside that knows everything about the systems, and they know all the little loopholes, and they can now use those to their own advantage and benefit from it. So just to say, there are quite a number of threat actors out there, and you have to be very mindful of each of them. Now, this just kind of gives you a little bit of idea as to what's taking place around, closer to our region. So we have Latin America and the Caribbean and North America. There are some details here surrounding data breaches. And why I bring up data breaches is because as schools, we are collecting a lot of sensitive information about our students, probably about their parents, and you know the rest. We have to be very mindful of if that data gets into the hands of the wrong persons, what kind of repercussions that can have on us, the entity that we serve, because especially with the Data Protection Act that is now in effect, there are a lot of regulatory controls that need to be met, and we must be compliant with them. All right? So, we see that there are a number of incidents, especially in Latin America and Caribbean, 535 incidents where data has actually, and 65 of those, have been where data is actually disclosed. So it has been publicly available for persons to know either to purchase or to use. And of course, North America has higher figures, 9,000 MASH incidents, and 1,900 of those where data is actually disclosed. And as you can see, the top patterns are system intrusion or social engineering. Those are among the top patterns. So which means then that persons either use weak passwords for their systems, and persons are easily able to gain access to the systems. Once they gain access to the systems, they can do whatever they need to do, as well as tricking persons to clicking on something and getting on. And we found that at least 74% of all of those breaches are because of the human element. We are the weakest link, humans, right? Them said, don't click this link. We are the first persons to click the link. Them said, don't download this. We download it because it looked nice and spicy. Redundancy list for 2024. Jesus, I wonder if I'm on that redundancy list. Download. Yeah? So, these are just a few examples. Again, we see a number of logos there that we may recognize, both locally and regionally. So we do have universities, and we have hospitals, we have investment companies, we have even countries that have been held at ransom. Costa Rica was held at ransom for a number of weeks, and they had to do what they had to do in order to restore. And of course, that can have a toll on a country itself. Just imagine Jamaica, the government at standstill. All right? And of course, United Kingdom and United States, just to mention a few there as well, they have their own incidents. Now, just to give you a quick example as to what is seen or what takes place when you have a data breach. Someone gains access to your data, and in most cases, it's a ransomware. And everybody kind of have an idea as what ransomware means? Yes? No? All right, I will explain. So ransomware, just think of it then. If you have like a ransom, like a kidnapping, you kidnap somebody, and then you have a ransom, and you say, listen, you need to pay that amount before I release your child. All right? Or else, all right. So, I'm just spicing it up. All right? Now, it's the same thing with ransomware. I now found a way to get onto your system. I have now encrypted all of your data, and I'm holding your data at ransom. Data that you find very important. If it's not important to you, then it's really nothing, right? I can just say, that's fine. Do what you want to do with it. But it is data that is important that they usually hold on to. And that is what they would now encrypt and say, listen, you need to pay X amount of dollars, or else I will now disclose this on the dark web where anybody can access. All right? So this is just a snippet of what is actually available on the dark web. So as I showed you an example of a letter that was on the dark web, this is a similar kind of thing that is there. So it shows you what type of, you have an email there just stating what exactly is taking place, what is being disclosed, and then below there you will see where you see the index of, that is now, those are now the files that have been encrypted. And if you pay your money, the right money, then that data is yours. So again, it could be credit card information that you processed, and you now you stored credit card, the credit card number, the CVV, the expiration date. All of that is available to them. Just think about what they can do with that. All right? All right, so we're going to now go through some controls and measures and best practices that we want you to know, pay attention to. Because again, these are the controls that will make entering into a system that much harder for a hacker. And remember, system intrusion was one of the big ones, one of the big top patterns. So passwords, we know that we use passwords for everything, pretty much everything, correct? If we go into our banking, we have to put in a password. And what is the most common thing that persons do? Birthday. Date of birth. You see, I'm giving away all the secret. But one of the common techniques is you use one password for everything. Because you can't remember too many passwords, right? So you use one password and you just say, all right, I just need to remember that, so I'll do. Now, if I figure out that password, if I'm an attacker and I figure that out, then I can try just about anything else and see if I get a hit. That's how they approach it. All right? So, of course, the technique is to try to utilize different passwords. And you might be saying, okay, I can't remember so much passwords. But you have what are known as password managers, which I'll go into in a minute. All right? So these are typically some of the most commonly used passwords. Believe it or not, people still use these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right? We laugh. But we have done assessments on organizations, both locally and regionally, and we have seen where devices have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as the password. Yes. So it is there. It is very true. All right? So just to let those sink in, but also to give you a better idea as to how long it actually takes for an attacker to gain access or to break or to figure out what your password is. So what they say now, your typical length is what? 8 characters, and you mix it up. You have uppercase, lowercase, numbers, symbols, right? All of those lovely stuff. So if we're going with 8 characters, let's see, number of characters 8, and we go right across. That takes us 39 minutes to crack. Not so safe, right? Especially in this day and age, and the computers are getting more powerful and powerful. Right? You can now even use AI to do these type of things, to figure out password patterns. So what I'm getting at is we have to try to increase the number of characters as we continue down. I'd say probably a safe place to be is about 12 characters if you can't. And I'll tell you how to use or to store a 12-character password on the slide next to this. But 12 characters is a safe place to be, 14 if you really want to be secure. And again, it all depends on what you are securing. If it is something that is extremely sensitive, you want to ensure that it is safe. If it is not that important, then you don't have to go to that extreme measure. And you also have to consider changing it regularly. So every 3 months or whatever the policy dictates, because an organization might dictate that you have to change it within a certain period. It may be a year, right? It all depends on what it is. Of course, I know some banks don't even force you to change your password. You can use one password forever, right? And it's up to you to change it. That I don't like. That's not a very good policy. But we have password managers. So password managers like LastPass, OnePass, just to name a few. And these are free and publicly available. You can use them. And what it means is you just have to remember one password to get in here. You might say, no, all right, then what if they figure out that one password? They now have access to all your information. it's not that easy to get into the password manager because it uses two-factor authentication. All right? So for those who may not be familiar with that term, it now uses a second method of gaining access to this password manager, which could be like using your phone. You might have an app on your phone, like an authenticator app or a RSA ID app, and it now randomly comes up with a number, and you have to enter that number in a period of time. That makes it that much harder for somebody to gain access to this, because they would now have to have both your password and also the device that you have, get access to that device, because you now have a...
Usually nowadays it's the same device.
No, you're making it a little easier for them when you do use the same device. So it is best when you use separate devices to do it. But very good point you made there. All right? So this can be an option for you. All right, now let us speak about physical security, something that we seem to neglect a lot. Now, when we're at our locations, we always seem to, whether we're at, at school or in your case, probably work, right? Sometimes we see persons enter in a location, we don't even question them. They're behind us. They open the door. You open the door and you just let them in. You have to be very vigilant, right? You have to question persons. It's better you question them and you have that little moment of discomfort and you know that you are securing your environment, right? Also, protect removable devices. If you have flash drives or external drives that you use, you have to ensure that you protect them. You don't just leave them all over the place because someone can easily pull them out and copy what they need to copy. It's policy or clean desk policy. Meaning then you don't leave things around your desk that give clues. First of all, most persons don't even lock their machines. You get up to use the bathroom, I say, come. And you go into the bathroom, your machine is wide open. Somebody can now sit down and do what they need to do, and they're gone. And by the time you come back, you have no clue what took place. Take the time. Lock your machine. You can always unlock it by the time you get back. Don't be the one who now write down their password and have it on a little sticky paper somewhere there. Yes, I realize some corns were mashed a while ago. Don't write it down in your book, in your diary, and you have it at the back of the diary and say, nobody's going to go to the back of the diary. All of these little things. Be very mindful of them. Okay, so this just kind of gives you a clue. Especially if you also have sensitive information too, don't just dispose it in the garbage. Don't just crush it up and throw it in the garbage. It has to go through a process. If you deem it very sensitive, shred the data. Shred the paper. All right? Another thing I want to just touch on too, a lot of us don't realize when we use printers, it stores up to date, boy. All right, now, one of the hot topics, of course, is social engineering. This is, again, the second top pattern that was shown in the statistics. So we speak of social engineering, and we know that it is really and truly just activities, ways in which that someone can now interact with someone and try to get information from them. And this can be very simple, especially if you're a very social person and you like to talk, and especially when other persons like to talk about themselves. You just spark the conversation and you just leave them to continue talking. Right? They talk about them. Oh, yes, my mother went and did this, so and so and so. And she starts to talk about everything about what's going on in the life. You can now paint a picture from this. You can gather a lot of information if you're listening. And possibly some of those can give you clues to figuring out certain things, especially security questions. It might say like your mother's maiden name or your favorite pet. Say, Poochie did sick today, I love that little dog, you see. What is your favorite pet? Maybe Poochie, right? Yeah. So these are little things that we take for granted, but you are really and truly disclosing a lot of information. So, and the influencers, my word, you know exactly where they are at every moment of the day. You know what they did, right? Yes, it is. Social media is something good, and it is also something bad. Depends on how you use it. You had a question? Yeah.
Our students, hello, most of our students now are utilizing, there's a thing on Instagram where you post, okay, the name of your favorite pet. And when you click on it, you will see, okay, 1,000 other persons have posted their favorite pet, their date of birth, the 4 schools that they used to attend. Like, all of these are security questions that are used for other apps. Banks and CB especially will ask you what was the last school you attended or what's your favorite pet's name. So that's something we need to actually warn our kids about giving out this information.
That is so true. And I usually say to my clients, whenever we give you this presentation, also run through it with your children. Right? They may not grasp every single thing, but the areas that are of concern to them, that would apply to them, you can mention it because they are the ones who are now on these systems. They're on the tablets all the time. Some of the time you don't know what they're watching from what they're not watching, and what they're clicking on, what they're disclosing, and they don't know that it is sensitive. They just think, oh, it's just my pet, and somebody else has a pet similar to this. That's fine, all right? So there are different methods of gaining information. We know of phishing. Phishing is through the method of sending emails. We have vishing, which is the voice way of doing it. So you're basically now calling persons and you're trying to scammer. Yes. The scammers trying to get your information, trying to get you to do something that you should not. And then smishing is now just using SMS messages to send out the message. Right? Okay, so a sample phishing email looks similar to this, and of course you have to ensure that you do your due diligence when you get an email, especially one that you don't recognize from a source that you don't know. If you don't know the source and it looks suspicious, don't bother touch it. All right? Don't. That is true. Don't be that curious cat. What you have to do, of course, is ensure that you report it. So if you have an IT team, report it to your IT team. Let them know that you are getting these type of emails to your inbox, and they will try to now probably increase measures to ensure that they don't get through. Question? Well, I don't know the full details of that incident. That is what she said. What she actually did may be something completely different. Because ideally, if you just opened the email, no, it can affect you. It depends on how the attacker actually configured his attack. Because I don't need you to... Clicking an email or opening an email is an action. All right? So I just need a trigger. And that trigger could be for you to initiate the opening of an email. That is a little high tech, I will give you. But it is possible. But the bigger or the more prevalent ways are now for you to probably download something. It comes as an attachment. But there is, let me tell you, you have to just be very careful. In some cases, there's no foolproof way, 100 foolproof. Exactly. Especially if it is coming from Scotia and you don't have a Scotia account. Nobody test the waters. What is Scotia sending me now? You don't have a Scotia account? Leave it alone. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if it is a legitimate entity that you are a part of and you really and truly do get tricked, that is just one of those sad stories that, you just come across. But again, you try to be very vigilant. We always try to implement what is known as a defense in depth approach. So ensuring then that you have notifications on your phone if a transaction goes through. At least that will give you some indication as to if you see some activity, you can immediately say, this is not mine. I can shut it down. I can call and get it shut down immediately. All right? And of course, in that very specific case with the amount of the volume in which was actually put through, seemed to me like it was something more on the inside. Because a transaction of that amount should not be able to go through. But that is a separate conversation. All right? But I did mention them as a threat actor, insiders. All right? You have insiders that will scheme with others to make it happen. So you have to be very careful. But just to kind of bring it back to this, looking on phishing emails, just some indicators. Of course, looking for download things to now push you to download something and to tell you to download something quickly because you have a limited time offer and all these different things. You may see poor grammar. Yes, you may see that. You may not see it. And of course, the reason for poor grammar is because some persons, English is not their first language. So they're trying their best to write something in English. But don't let that fool you because you now have ChatGPT that can now put it in a nice format, make it sound really nice. Standard English. Yes, all of the great stuff. So that can fool you as well. Scroll over the links. If you happen to click on the email, scroll over the link and see if it is actually sending you to somewhere that looks suspicious. And in most cases, well, in all cases I've seen, an institution is not going to ask you to provide any personal information like that. It's most likely come into the institution and provide that information. They're not going to ask you to provide it in these means. So we have to be very vigilant. Question? Okay. Good question. The question is, how do you tell that the email is a fake address or it is bad? Now you have ways of identifying it by yourself. So kind of looking on you see at the end part there, so Office 365, that looks pretty much legitimate. But then you have @security.onmicrosoft.com. Chances are there is no onmicrosoft.com. It is microsoft.com. Right? Now, the typical person may not even know that it should be Microsoft.com. So it is the job of the IT team to ensure that they have filters in place to look on these things, filter the emails before they actually get to you to determine if it is something that looks like a phishing email or even if it's just something external. Our organization recently put in a measure that now flags any email that is outside of simtai.com as external. So that already kind of gives you an indication. Okay, this is not, if it says it's coming from Andrew Simpson, who is supposed to be our internal staff, why is it saying external? This looks suspicious. It should not be flagged. So there are just some little things that you can use as indicators. And of course, if it does, you have that little feeling, like I said, that gut feeling, like this just don't look right. Trust the gut feeling, man. Trust it. It's most likely right. Yeah. One other question. Yeah, go ahead. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Good. You know what I saw? You know what I saw recently too? You brought a very important point up, and I'm going to go through it as well too. It's on a slide here. So just to talk to that point, yes, if you are doing any type of sensitive transaction, you're doing any banking or anything of the sort, you know that you're going to now put in a username and a password. And on the site, you don't see that little padlock or a little green padlock or something of the sort. It means that it is not using encryption, meaning it is not protecting your data as it is sending it over to the bank. If it is using encryption, it does going to kind of convert it into gibberish. So anybody who intercepts it, they're going to be wondering, what is this? Or they're going to have to try to decipher it. If it don't have that on it, I would do the same thing. I would not conduct business. An example that I saw recently coming back into the island was the enterjamaica.com. Yes. We went on that site and it was telling us that the certificate had expired. It had that red lock, but we had to enter it. We had to enter our information. And it is sensitive information you're entering. You're entering your passport information, you're entering your expiration date and all of these, your address. Mm-hmm. You could still proceed because it stopped us, but you could still click on proceed to enter that information. But I'm just showing you that we take for granted these things. And I said I wanted to point it out to the powers that be as well. I think I'm still going to make that suggestion to them that they resolve that, because that's not really making persons trust the process or feel secure. And that's what it's about. All right. This is just a quick video of a phishing attempt and just how attackers can use and play on certain elements to make their story believable. We're not going to play all of it, but just kind of give you a quick example as to what can take place. Take it away.
They're going to hack me using social engineering, which is essentially hacking without any code. They just use a phone and an internet connection.
Do you want to do a sample phishing call?
What's phishing?
Phishing is voice elicitation, and basically what you do is you use the phone to extract information or data points that can be used in a later attack.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Who are you going to call?
Maybe I'll call your cell phone provider and
Okay.
see if I can get them to give me your email address.
I bet they're good. I bet they have my back. But yeah, go for it.
I'm going to spoof from your number, so it's going to look like it's calling from you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay? My baby, I'm sorry. my husband's like, we're about to apply for a loan and we just had a baby and he's like, get this done by today. So I'm so sorry. I can't call you back. I'm trying to log into our account for uses information and I can't remember what email address we used to log the account. The baby's crying and can you help me? Awesome.
In just 30 seconds,
At gmail.com?
Jessica gets access to my personal email address.
Now, if I needed to add our older daughter on our account so she could call in and make changes, how would I need to go about doing that? You would have to send me a secure PIN through a text message? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think I'll be able to receive a text message if I'm on the phone. Oh, I'm not on there either? So I thought when we got married, he added me to the account.
Jess uses my girlfriend's name and a fake social security number
5127.
to set up her own personal access to my account.
Wait, I'm sorry, so there's no password on my account right now? Can I set that up?
She even gets the support person to change my password.
Thank you so much for your help today.
So she just basically blocked me out of my own account.
I'll get her fed after this. All right, thank you.
They're gonna hack me.
Very crafty, right? Yeah. So this is just an example. But persons will come up with all different types of stories and they'll use all different types of things. You have to be very vigilant whenever somebody is calling you and asking you for certain things. All right? If you are not comfortable with what where the conversation is going, just hang up and tell them that you will call the entity. All right? I used to get a lot of calls from said Scotiabank as well too. And they're asking me to, confirm my date of birth and all of these different things. I'm like, well, why don't you have my date of birth? Why are you asking me to confirm? You called me. Why do you need to confirm who I am? You called me, so you should know who I am. So you just hang up, call the entity, and just say, listen, are you trying to reach me? Confirm with them. All right?
They're going to...
All right, now this one speaks to your question right here. Online safety tips. So again, looking for that secure connection. So you see that little green lock. Let us look for that when we are doing any type of sensitive transactions online. Question?
Even though the green lock is there, I was watching a cybersecurity video on YouTube, and it shows where, for example, Amazon, it had that lock. It was gray, like on the iPhone, it shows as gray, not green. But then he showed another Amazon link with the same lock. However, you had to zoom in on the A in Amazon to realize it was a different font. So it still had a lock, but it was a different font than the actual Amazon. So how do we work with something like that?
Okay, so good question again. You have to know, you browse to Amazon. Don't follow a link to Amazon. You know if you type Amazon, right? And search for it, so to put it in yourself. You know, you type Amazon, all right? And it's a A you type. But you have cases again where you will probably see sites already up and it looks like a particular site when it is really and truly not. So it is always best to just traverse to the site yourself. Trust yourself. All right? Yes. Question.
We must remember is that if we're buying cornflakes and they have a wide variety, they all look like Kellogg's. So when we are doing our business, we must remember that the same process of trying to utilize somebody else's marketing strategy is what they're going to do. Everything as a love. Sure. And sometimes the name of the thing, but after the app is not Microsoft. Before the app that you have the Microsoft. So many times that they don't have the correct Microsoft.com, soft Microsoft or something else that looks like Microsoft. Exactly. You just have to remember that it is something that has been used for centuries, where they make things as close as possible to what you will desire, so that you will utilize them without realizing it's not their desire.
That is so true. Very true. All right? So just be very mindful of what you download, what you do online, what you disclose online. As it relates to your mobile protection, it is always good to have either antivirus software on your phone, because just like any other device that you use, whether it is your laptop or your desktop, it can get viruses because you are going to sites, you are clicking on things. So it is good if you can get one of these on there to determine if it's picking up anything that is suspicious. Also, it is good to have like a Find My Phone app or something of the sort that can now determine where your phone is in the event where it is stolen or lost. Because you may also have sensitive information on it. It might be a work phone and you have sensitive data there. And most institutions, if their IT team is working the right way, they should have those apps on the phone already for you so that they can safeguard you. Yeah. All right. Ensure that your phone has a pin or something on it. Don't just leave it. Some persons say, I can't bother with this pin. I just leave it open. All right. That is a no-no, because if somebody gains access to it, they already have bypassed that measure. Make it much harder for persons. And then we speak of compliance. So I spoke on this a little bit earlier as it relates to adhering to the different acts. The Data Protection Act. And in some cases, not necessarily, may not be in this case in particular, the GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, right? For it is, yes. So you have to be very mindful, and of course, if you are handling credit card data and processing it, you may have to also be compliant with things such as PCI DSS, ensuring that you are storing, processing, and transmitting credit card data in a very safe manner. All right? So compliance, of course, ensuring that you are adhering to those best practices and staying compliant with the necessary regulators. There are some quick credit card and debit card tips, naturally. Ensure that you are covering your PIN when you go to enter it. And a whole heap of people go to ATMs. Talk truth. Go to ATM and you just beep, 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 and you just put in. Nobody covering up them thing anymore. You know why I do it? I can't even see what I type in nowadays. I really and truly, I have been guessing. I said, the one supposed to be over here, the 5, yeah. 1 5, right? Hey, I think it is. Good. Teaching you well. Very good. So, it is very necessary for you to do those things. Protect them, cover it up, because you may have cameras that are, you notice that they have a lot of cameras at these stations now too, right by the cashier. You don't know if somebody unscrupulous is watching, and they know, they may just be able to team up with somebody externally, clone your card, and they now know your PIN. So you have to just be very vigilant. Tap in now, right? Exactly that too. Or to confirm their amount. So these are also measures. You can also resist using that approach. It is convenient, but you can resist using that approach. You can tell them, no, you don't want to tap. You want to insert, and you want to be able to enter your thing. Question?
But I'm not going to use that approach. But the person steal my card, and they ask if they're going to use it. My not using it doesn't change.
Exactly. Exactly. So again, defense in depth. Ensure that you have notifications at least, just in the event where things of this nature occur, and you need to know, pick up on them quickly and nip them in the bud. Question back there. Yeah.
That it's not so safe, you should prefer to insert. So just asking your opinion. Is it safe to use, not to use?
Yes. Similar to what I was asking a while ago. So you can again, there's no confirmation. Nobody asks you if this is your card, right? You can just suppose I got your card. I could now just go buy something and they say tap, and I just tap your card and it works. Yeah. It is your comfort. It is where you find comfort. If you're not comfortable with using that method, you always have that alternative to tell them to insert your card, and it forces you now to enter your PIN. All right? Yes. So again, you are the card holder, so it is your responsibility to see your card at all times. So whenever it is being processed, you ensure, you say, hello, miss, can you please process it here? Because again, they may take it somewhere else. They might clone it in that short period of time and bring it back to you. So it is your responsibility to ensure that you do the due diligence on these items.
Mr. Minks,
yes.
a brief pause. If I may have your attention, please. You'll notice that they're actually serving the soup, which they should not have started. But just so that we can perhaps continue with the working lunch while they continue, can we just pause for a second, please?
Yes.
For health and strength and daily food, we praise thy name, O Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Continue.
And I think my presentation is pretty much at the end, because again, I said I don't want to stand between you and lunch, and it is pretty much here. So, yes. So, again, my final remarks will be somewhat similar to what you have heard before. I heard the gentleman mention it here in his, Mr. Holmes, you mentioned it, to be proactive instead of reactive. Let us implement that in every sense of things. Let us implement that everywhere in our lives. Think about things first. Have a plan of action. If something occurs, what will I do? At least have some plan in place before something happens, instead of just waiting on something to happen and then saying, I'll just work with the situation that I'm now facing presently. Have a plan in place. Do the due diligence. Test your systems regularly. If you are not necessarily doing it, ensure that the entity that you represent are testing your systems, ensuring that the security posture of these systems are hardened so that you don't fall subject to any of these type of attacks. And that is why we are here at Simtai Consulting, naturally, to help businesses to know what their security posture looks like and to protect them from attacks. So I thank you very much for having me. I hope it was a lovely interactive discussion. I appreciate that. I thank you, my co-presenters.
One final quick question, Mr. Meeks.
Question.
Simtai only consult with corporate companies? Can individuals call you and say help?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, okay. But I think it's still worth a discussion, and we can always determine if it is something that we can or cannot do.
Bless you, and thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Don't go yet. Jisa is very into sharing and gifting.
All right, Mr. Meeks, I introduced you, and I'm really proud that I did, because you had a very unruly class here today. The discussion was so robust, and everybody we could all identify with what you were saying. You mash plenty corn, but we take the mashing, because you have given us some tips to take back with us. And there are just some simple things that we didn't really think of that you really brought out to us today. So many of us are going back now, trying to change from 8 to 12 or 14 and making it so much harder for us. But at least we're going to be secure. You have told us exactly, we didn't even realize that a hacker's job was so difficult. So you have opened many platforms for us today. And so for that, we really, really, really want to say thanks to you. And I'm sure that everybody would have gained quite a bit from this. And every time we're going to do something, we're going to think and say, oh, Mr. Meeks would have told us not to do this, so let me check again. So on behalf of Jisa, mine is a pleasure to say thank you so much for sharing with us. So this is your gift, so we say thank you. And we also have a gift for your CEO, Mr. Cooper, who wasn't able to be here, but he really needs to be gifted for sending such an excellent representative. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Simpson. Thank you again, Mr. Ryan Meeks. Very engaging, very instructive, and substantial presentation. We've obviously broken for lunch, but we're going to ask that we fast track the lunch so we can try and catch up with the time. So we should have been having lunch between 12 and 1. It is now 12:46. So we're going to ask that we still have lunch between 12 and 1. But that we try and perhaps resume at 1:30, 1:15, 1:15. Let's try for 1:15 to resume the second after lunch session. Do enjoy. Bon appetit. So here I am to disrupt your lunch, but we'll carry on as is. And even though you're awaiting dessert, we shall ride and whistle, as they say, or perhaps eat and do it simultaneously. Do it being carrying on with this wonderful, engaging general meeting of Jisa. Safe and secure futures, navigating change in independent education. When Mr. Watson introduced me this morning, I was listening keenly to see whether it was a buyer that I sent or whether just let us grab something from the internet, as people tend to do. And it's usually very, very dated. And it also doesn't include stuff that I would love to share with you. So while we wait to start the after lunch session, I want to just share some ideas with you, some thoughts with you, and a little bit about myself. I'm here because I can't tell Tamara Mackenzie no. That's one thing that they should know. The good thing is I know her husband, him like me. God, we're so in love with each other. And Tamara and I really are from two different generations, that you'll notice from my platinum beard. Not gray, it's platinum, just no. Platinum, absolutely. I'm the proud grandfather of an 18-year-old. And she's my pride and joy. But I want to do something that is completely, perhaps for some people, shocking. But I want to do it for a specific reason, because it speaks to the topic of the upcoming panel discussion on mental health and well-being. I just want to make the point that people have no qualm to tell you that they have the flu, or they had a stroke, or somebody had a heart attack, or they're going through some form of cancer. We're quite willing to share details of physical health and physical illnesses. But we still have a culture where we treat mental well-being as if it's some godforsaken curse, and we shouldn't talk about it. And I must tell you that my family moved to Canada in the early 2000s. My wife decided to move, and I decided that wherever she goes, I will follow. So I moved to Toronto, and I lived there. I tried to live there for a while, but I couldn't. I had to return home. My wife thinks it's just ego, because that's part of it. In Canada, I will always be other. I'll be black, male, aging, immigrant, Jamaican, and all those things that are one step backward. And in Jamaica, and people in Toronto have this wonderful way of being courteous to the point of dishonesty. They go, ooh, awesome. You're Jamaican, awesome. You're a student, awesome. That's not awesome, that's immigration. But anyhow, my wife thought that it's just that in Jamaica, I'm medium blacker, and it means something. There I am just other. But I actually, while living in Canada, had to deal with serious mental health challenges. And I was diagnosed as clinically depressed. And I was prescribed antidepressants. And I was like, I reached the point where I had begun to really think deeply about ending my own life. But here I am. Yes, I actually researched to try and find the least painful way to end it all. But here I am. Why am I sharing that? I'm sharing that because it is okay to admit that we're not okay and to seek help where we need it. And with that introduction, let me now invite Tasha Wright to introduce the panel and to move on to the next thing, which is a discussion on mental health and well-being.
Good afternoon, friends. It's so good that we could be here together, and I certainly hope you have enjoyed your meal. Those of us who had a meal together, you have enjoyed the fellowship with each other. I know the sessions that have gone before have been very, very good, and I'm grateful that they have been engaging and interactive. We are now going to enter into a session that deals with, as Mr. Ellis said, we're looking at mental health and well-being. Because in truth, it does not matter how safe we are physically, how safe we are online. All of those things don't really make a difference if we are not healthy mentally, on the inside, and if we are not able to negotiate our space in the best possible way. So we know we could not deal with a topic like safety and security without looking at that element of it as well. And this afternoon, we do have a wonderful panel that is going to be coming together and sharing from different perspectives how we can look at mental health and well-being. And so as I introduce them, and it will be short introductions, I'm going to ask them to come and join me here. So we're going to begin with Mr. Chad Lambert, who is the Middle and High School Guidance Counselor from AISK. Welcome, Mr. Lambert. We also have joining us Ms. Yolanda Lee, who is the iRise Student Support at AISK. Welcome. We have with us as well Mrs. Carleen Hay, who is the principal from the Queen's Preparatory School. Welcome, Mrs. Hay. We have Mrs. Elizabeth Hosang, who is a parent, past parent of St. Hugh's Prep, past PTA president and all manner of support. And her children all now are in high school, which is a different level of engagement completely. Mrs. Susang is a nurse by profession, so we welcome her to be with us on the panel as well. I tender apologies on behalf of one additional participant who is not able to be with us, but I know we will be able to progress. So this is how we're going to move forward. Our kind of theme that we're working with this afternoon is show you care, be aware. We don't hope to answer all questions this afternoon, but we want to leave here with a level of awareness so that we can have these conversations intentionally with students, staff, parents, all those persons within our school communities, but because we believe the topic is so very important. As we begin, we're going to have an anchor set for us. We're going to have some good definitions of mental health and well-being coming to us from Chad and Yolanda. So I'm going to turn over to them for that section of it. And then we're going to hear from each of the panelists, and I will invite you to participate as well, sharing their own experiences with mental health and also possible solutions that they have found helpful. And then once again, we're going to hear from you, because all of us face challenges and solutions with mental health and well-being. And we'll close with Chad and Yolanda to bring us back home. All right? Okay. So over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone doing today? Good. And how many of you actually ask yourselves that question in terms of how are you doing today? Do you tend to ask yourself or not really? All the time. Okay. Yes, I feel like how are you has become such a automatic question that people have automatic responses for. Oh, I'm doing fine, or I'm doing good. But when you take the time to ask yourself how you're doing, you can really be honest and get into the feelings that you are actually feeling at that moment. So I would like to take the time to kind of differentiate really quickly the difference between mental health and well-being. There is a distinction, but they very much influence each other. So when we hear mental health, we think about the psychological and the emotional state of well-being or state of being. And that can affect how we cope with stress. It can affect how we view our own potential. It can just have an impact on how we navigate our lives, right? And then when we look at well-being, that speaks to more about how comfortable we are, how healthy we are, how happy we are. So it encompasses mental health, but well-being also looks at physical health, social satisfaction, life satisfaction, all those components. So mental health is one aspect of well-being, and our well-being is our overall feeling or satisfaction with ourselves and our lives. Does that make sense? All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. All right, so as our moderator has said, we are really going to start the discussion or encourage the discussion because it's definitely not a one afternoon discussion, right? Your mental health you will have from birth until we're no longer on planet Earth. All right, so it certainly is not something that we can fully discuss in just one session, but we're starting the discussion. And so some of the tips that we have to maintain good mental health and well-being. And as Mr. Lambert and I were discussing this morning, that a lot of these you would have heard already. But you know, just like mental health, it is a very individualistic thing. So it has to be tailor-made for you, all right? So many of these things you would have heard already, as I said, but I'm going to give us some examples of how you make it tailor-made just for you because it's your mental health, right? So I have on this, and by no means the list is not in any order of importance. The first one was to get regular exercise. Ooh, does that mean I have to get up at 4 and run for 3 miles? Does it mean I need to become a member of the gym? No, it does not. Exercise is movement of your body. It's getting the blood to flow and circulate. So for me, a lot of exercise that I now do is where I park my car from where I have to walk to my office. So it's not right outside the door anymore. It's a nice, maybe 5-minute walk to the office. And I deliberately now do not load myself with every single thing I need for the day, but I force myself to walk from the office back to the car park and then back to the office. If I'm going upstairs or downstairs, I try not to load everything I have to come down because I'm giving myself a reason to move, okay? And it's very intentional, but it's not me doing 3 laps of the pool. It's not me jogging around the field. Those things hopefully will come, but it is getting movement and circulation to happen. So you start where you are and you get some movement going, all right? You want to try and eat healthy. What is that? Are we talking about the intermittent fasting? Are we talking about the keto diet? We're talking about balanced meals. Proteins, carbohydrates, vegetables, right? Okay, but you don't live in my house. I have 3 children to get ready for school. It is, again, starting where you are and eating nutritious food. All right? If you are not nourished, functioning properly is going to be a challenge. Okay? And of course, our minds need food and nourishment to properly function. Okay? Make sleep a priority. So try and get 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night, if possible, right? If not possible, then okay, if you're currently at 4.5, let's see if we can add the half an hour to get it to 5. Slow, small, steady steps are still steps, right? And eventually, we will get to where we want to go. Remember, this is about you and helping yourself to be the best you possible, one breath at a time, okay? Try a relaxing activity. Am I speaking about, no, I'm not. Any activity that brings you some time to exhale, some time to reflect, something just to make you smile, right? It could be meditation, it could be yoga, it could also be singing in the shower. It could also be listening to your favorite thing and just doing a move. A lot of times I have to say to parents who have children, go lock yourself in the bathroom for 10 minutes and just get a little you time. You know, after you drop the kids off to school, put on some soca music, whatever music, and it kind of helps you to just exhale a little, right? So relaxing, right? Practice gratitude. You know, when we focus on the things we don't have, many of the times we forget the things we do have. And so the more things that we are grateful for and that we appreciate, you find that there's so much that we may have missed and just not taken notice of. And then we want to try and focus on some positivity. Yes, there may be 500 things going wrong, but there may be 2 things that you can look at and say, you know, this was better than it was yesterday, and for that, I'm grateful. And how can I make tomorrow another day that I'm grateful for as well? And then you want to try and stay connected. So you want to reach out. You want support. You need to know where you can go to get the help, right? So I'm going to hand back to Mr. Lambert.
Just to kind of wrap up our point as it relates to mental health, all those suggestions are great, but the one thing that we really want to drive home is prioritizing and setting goals as it relates to your own mental health. So for you individually, getting 6 to 7, 8 hours of sleep may not be as important as exercising, or it may not be as important as being grateful. So you are in charge of your own life, and you know what makes you the best version of yourself. So yes, look at these suggestions. These are all scientific suggestions that show that they have positive impacts on our mental health. But you know at the end of the day which ones of these are more important than the others. So then once you prioritize, then you'll recognize that your mental health is in alignment with the activities that you are prioritizing.
Okay, we want to thank Mr. Lambert and Ms. Lee for setting the tone for us, giving us some good definitions and some good tips. What we're going to hear now from Mrs. Hay and from Mrs. Hosang is looking at some of the mental health challenges we face within the school community from different perspectives, and even some of the solutions that have come up, which may be repeats of what Ms. Lee has shared, but we're hearing from some different perspectives. Thank you so much.
Okay, afternoon, colleagues. All right, so sharing from a principal's perspective, I want to look at this under 3 captions. I'm going to look at what the stressors are and the effects on mental health, and what's a response, and some recommendations. It sounds long, but it isn't. So let's get going. Okay. So first, looking at basically what the role of the principal is. She or he is the chief executive officer for the school, the chief coordinator, the point person for all the stakeholders, for the board, the staff, the children, the parents, the Ministry of Education, the immediate community partners, and key professional associations like Jisa. What are the stressors there for that person? Planning is essential, but best laid plans, I'm sure all the principals sitting here knows this, are very often derailed without notice, unexpectedly, immediately. The plan is gone. It might be temporary, or it might be a complete stop to that great plan that you had. No rhythm or rhyme to your day, and most of us are kind of these kind of you wanted to have your plans, and you need to tick it off, right? So that throws you off right away. Challenges seem relentless. If you can think of crashing waves sometimes, that's where we are. The buck stops here, and that's a real thing. The weight of responsibility is real. Finances, how are we going to pay the bills? What's happening with our enrollment figures? Staff welfare, student welfare, parent interactions, links with our partners, accountability to the board, the ministry, the Early Childhood Commission, and on it goes. That's a touchy point. Okay. The expected support that you have from stakeholders not forthcoming or less than expected. This could be through your board, your senior staff, the ministry, parents. That support that you are expecting, you're not getting it. Parent conduct becoming increasingly more challenging. Staff professionalism increasingly more challenging. What are the effects on us? Mental health, and of course, as our colleagues pointed out, physical health. Anxiety, in a nutshell. A sense of being overwhelmed all the time. And you know this theory that we have our fight, fright, and flight gland that oozes out that adrenaline. And it's supposed to be in response and to give you that impetus to move when there's an emergency. It's not meant to be in our bloodstream all the time. And of course, for many of us, and I put my left hand and my right hand up, very often I am floating in adrenaline, which is not good for us. We are fatigued in every way. That's a line from a movie that I watched. Physically, emotionally, and mentally. Sleep disturbance, sleeplessness, or restless sleeping. So you're sleeping, but you're still here, but you are sleeping. Eating on the run, okay? Or comfort eating, or being malnourished. As much as it might sound strange, malnourished means we're not being properly nourished. So whatever we're eating, we're either under-eating or overeating, or eating everything that's not right. Exercise does not exist, all right? Apart from outing the fires when you're at school. Personal lives, work never ends. You hear the end of the personal lives, and then work never ends. So it consumes your personal time. Even when you're at home, you are at school, right? Even when you're at home. And of course, the impact quite seriously that it has on our personal relations, family, friends, that we are not ever present. We're not really present, we're there. Okay, what are some of the responses for positive outcomes? Resetting personal and professional expectations. we don't know everything. We heard that from our first speaker earlier, from our pastor. Can't remember her surname. Right. We don't know everything, and we can't be everything. That's a real reset for most of the personalities in here. It's not from a point of pride at thinking you actually do know everything or that you can be everything, but it is the awesome sense of responsibility that we just naturally have. We feel that if we have a job, we really are supposed to do it well. And that's our personalities, right? And that's what makes you blessings to your institutions, because you really believe that. You don't really just want to pick up your paycheck at the end of the month. You actually want to earn it, and you actually look at your job as a calling. And that's why the reset is so difficult, because we really want to be solution finders. But we have to do it because for our mental health. Delegating to responsible team members. And colleagues, leave well enough alone there. So equipping our teams to follow through on the duties delegated, and try not to micromanage. If they get it wrong, so be it. We got it wrong, and we are still getting stuff wrong. They are learning. They have to learn, because the truth is you must delegate. All right? So if it all falls to pieces, apologize to whoever it is that it didn't go well for, and move again and give them another opportunity. We have to delegate. It's part of their growing process, and it's good for the organization. Stop, have an actual lunchtime. I'm working on this personally. You are entitled to a lunchtime. I know we've forgotten that, right? You are actually allowed to have 1 whole hour for lunch. Who knew that? You didn't know that, did you know that? Yes, you're allowed to have a lunch time. So have an hour for lunch, or whatever it is that is practicable in your situation. Don't work through lunch. Really, let it be a lunchtime. Eat, listen to something. Some persons may want to have a reflection time, something that you're reading. Listen to some music. Really stop. Have a power nap of 10 minutes, whatever it is, but really do stop. That also is a learning curve. As our colleagues pointed out before, exercise, of course, not necessarily at the gym, walking around your neighborhood. Go out. I find this really therapeutic, going out to the playground when the children are at play. That works for me. Visiting the classrooms, just getting up from the desk, and I go around, because that lifts my spirit. So it might be something else for you. Most importantly, from my point of view, and I'm sure for others as well, is to go to our source of wisdom and strength, the fruit of the Spirit of love, joy, peace, gentleness, all the things we need to do our job properly. Self-control, kindness, goodness, patience, lots of that. To go to the source, to go to our God in prayer every day, and to be in reflection. And we tend to be squeezing that in because we just about have time, but the truth is, if we think about it realistically, if that really is our source, that's really where we need to be first before going out to pour out what we don't have because we are empty and dried out from the whole process. Finally, recommendations. And this is for our own schools and even through Jisa as well. A mentorship program. Many persons sitting here are seasoned educators and, would be able to really share a lot of experiences with others. We could pair persons up in a formal mentorship program where it is that you're pouring into somebody for 6 months or 3 months, whatever it is that's decided. Or or a buddy system where you're pairing two educators, again, for a period of time, where it is that you're meeting up to talk through this and that and the other. It's very comforting when you sit with persons, you realize, oh my goodness, this is actually happening at that school as well. Right, and this is not some strange thing, and then you hear how they've been doing it and so on and so forth. And also, for us to move from this point of having this panel discussion to actually having workshops where this is the focus. Because if we are not well, our schools cannot be well.
Amen.
All right, thanks.
Good afternoon, all. What a tough act to follow. Anyways, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. As a parent, I see the pressures that the principals especially are under, the teachers are under. There are many personalities in the schools right now, and that's not only with the children, but we have to remember that the children are learning from their parents. More is caught than is taught, so we need to lead by example. We need to, as Ms. Hayes said, we need to reset. What is most personal is most general. So if you're having the problem, as she said, multiple people in this room are having the exact same problem. But we often go inside. We go inside, we keep things to ourselves. This is in the school environment, this is outside of the school environment. We pretend like it's not happening, and this is where our mental health comes in. Okay, I might be feeling stressed out about something, and instead of reaching out to, I don't know, I like to reach out to strangers, but, you know, a lot of times they come with less judgment than those who know us the best, okay? And I'll just sit down in a room, as I did earlier, and just kind of lay it all on the line, all right? And so to speak about me now, I am a mother of 3. I have 2 first formers. One is at Wilmer's Boys, and the other is at Campion, and I have a 3rd former at Campion. The 2 schools are night and day. At the end of the day, we are going to get a high school graduate. And this is something that we often don't put a lot of emphasis on. And I said this all year last year when I had 2 peppers. Prep school goes to grade 6. At the end of the year, I'm going to have a grade 7 student, regardless of which school that we go to. As leaders, we need to try and bring the anxiety of the parents, who then transfer it to the students, down, okay? Because I understand that space is an issue, and I understand all of these things, but Campion is not the only school that can provide an education. Okay, I'm telling you this as somebody who has 2 children the same age at 2 different schools. Every student is not a Campionite or an immaculate student. They are not, and if we put them there, as many parents do, they are not going to excel. So we must bloom where we're planted. And that's all I have to say.
Want to thank everybody on the panel for sharing, and certainly we heard different perspectives. We could definitely resonate with some of them coming from the perspective of principal and also a parent, because many of us are parents as well, and we understand the stressors there, worrying about how is it going to work out for my child. And we hear those wise words coming from Mrs. Hosang that we have to take down the anxiety, because we pass it on immediately to our children and as teachers as well. Panelist who is absent today was actually going to be sharing from a teacher perspective. So I thought it important that perhaps we could open the floor, because many of us sitting here were teachers before. Some of us came into it straight from an administrative background, and that's okay. That has great value, especially in private education, coming from an admin or business background. But a lot of us were teachers in a classroom, and then we made this transition to administration. So what for you, if we were just to go around with this mic? No sentences or paragraphs at this point in time, but just tell me, what are the definite mental health challenges that you think the teachers face within this context, from your own experience or from those that you hear. When you sit and you have to pull out the tissue that I know we all have in our offices, okay? Fear of failure. True? Yeah. Anything else? Anyone else want to share? Come again? Lack of resources, which becomes a stressor, yes? Feeling that what you have may not be enough. And if only you had that book or that piece of technology or that tool or the working laptop, if only you had those things, it would be so much easier. Anything else? The mannerisms of the children in the classroom. And not only the children, sometimes the parents, sometimes the principal, yes, okay, sometimes your co-workers as well. Okay, I heard something else here. Balancing home and work life. Balancing home and work life. That's very important. You know, because as parents, we face that when our child is sick, whose sick day is it? When we can't come because the child is sick. You had an answer for that?
That's a casual day.
You bring the sick, unwell child to school with you. Okay, all right? And if you have the community to deal with that, it's possible. It's doable, depending on the community that is there, okay? But it's true. I had a principal say to me once, you know, when you have a young population, when you have some young ladies on the staff, there are more challenges that you're going to face. And I realized that the staff at my school is going through that transition. At one point, we had a lot of teachers who were coming close to retirement and even passed, and they retired, and some of them passed. And now, of younger persons, they're getting married, they're having children, they have babies, and when those babies are not well, you're not well either, okay? But all of these are challenges that our teachers will have. They said teachers have the highest rate of UTI infections. UTI, who knew that? No, I didn't know that. Yes, because we're constantly holding it till we don't even know the difference between I have to go and I want to go, until you have the chance to go. And then you just, go. But until then, you're holding it. You're holding it. And it's not really that healthy. We don't drink enough water. Well, not the teacher from my school. She's teaching us all to drink enough water, right? You don't do enough of all of the good things that Miss Lee was talking about, but just we have to be aware as school leaders of the challenges that those we expect to do so much are facing. I often say that if my teachers succeed, I succeed. If you look good, I look good. If you look, that's the only way I'm going to look good, because I can't teach everything.
It's a very collective thing, and everybody was very empathetic. So I think it helps in our case having
prayer. So we're coming back to what Mrs. Hayes said in terms of going to the source.
Okay, I wanted to say that what I did in your school was start a party. So every year, the PTA now continues the party that I started. We call it Up to the Time, and it's parents and teachers come together, and it makes a huge difference. We actually feel like partners. Bring people together.
Yes, and it is very enjoyable. We were able to come back after COVID for the first time last year. Good times, good times. Any other solution?
Would play dominoes, as they had said, all the games that you'll have, give out fast fingers with your phones, that sort of thing for the parents. On sports day, we would have parents' involvement there also. They would come, help with the selling of the stuff. The PTA would represent that. We would also have, throughout the months, we would have parents cook-off. So the child and their parent would be involved, which parent, and the house would get the points, that sort of thing. We have a lot of involvement with our parents and students and teachers. So we have a good bonding there at our school.
from the administrator-teacher perspective, we are all keen on having excellent schools, and so we put a lot on the table. What we need to learn to do is the opposite, take things off the table for our teachers. What are the things that they don't have to make a decision about that really are not necessary for them to do? They do appreciate that kind of thing, and we can say, okay, teachers, you don't have to deal with these things. Yeah? And the second thing is, as leaders, be available. Not just somebody sitting in an office making decisions that make their lives miserable, but be out there in the trenches with them every single day. That works.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wanted to share anything that's all right?
So one of the things we found is that coming out of the pandemic, it's gotten harder and harder. It's gotten more and more impossible. And so one of the things I think we have deliberately tried to do is to make time to get to know each other. So I think one of the big challenges I've had to come to terms with in this space of raising children, life tends to pass us by. So many years pass and you feel this stuckness or this weight of underachievement, whether we want to put it out there or not. And so one of the things we did this school year was that we put that at the top of the agenda for all staff members. So from the security up, what are your personal goals and how can we help you get there? Are you trying to buy a house? Are you trying to go back to school? Are you trying to do some cross-training? What are you trying to do that seems so impossible that you're even afraid to say? Have you ever, sometimes you're working with people and they're struggling with, you know, I really want to get this visa, or I need to go get a passport, but you don't know how, but you don't want to ask because you don't think this is for you, or you don't think you're deserving. And so when you look at capacity building as the person, not the school, because sometimes we forget that people are people. And when you create opportunities and outlets for your people to achieve and to be proud of themselves and to feel good because you're showing up, I think it makes a world of a difference. So it's to take that time to get to know your people and to make room for them. In the middle of building these kids, how do we build the adults as well?
All right. I think we have heard some good solutions and also heard some realistic challenges that we all can really understand fully. We hear about collaboration. We hear about finding time for fellowship through worship, through prayer, through exercise, through dance, finding times for socials, helping persons to achieve their own goals, understanding that it's not always just about the job, but it's about the people, who they are, what do they bring, what do they want to achieve. So we find ways to engage not only as staff members in an institution seeking to build the institution, but as people working together as family. And when we look at those solutions in that way, it is possible to do our part as school leaders to help the community to be as healthy as possible. But we also have to remember, as was shared here, we have to take care of ourselves as well. We have to take care of ourselves. Everything that we have said in terms of things that we can do within the community, we have to make sure that we are being fed and nurtured in that way as well. All right? So as we said, I'm going to hand back over to Ms. Lee and Mr. Lambert, and they're going to share with us some parting information.
Okay. All right, so I'm glad to hear that as teachers, as principals, that we often have the solutions already. Like, we're already doing a lot in our daily interactions. We already have the answers among us, but sometimes it's just the matter of implementing it and believing and trusting in ourselves. And so recognizing that we have the answers, but also not being afraid to reach out for support when we need it. And so we have on the screen some contacts that you can reach out for social emotional support. Some of them are public contacts, some of them are private contacts. And just to have this as a resource, Like so at AISK, we have a list of resources of specialists that, sorry, Anna? Oh yeah, that we just keep. Like we know if we made a referral and the parent or the student comes back and says that this person was great, we keep them on the list, and when another parent or a teacher or a student needs some kind of resource, we'll point them in that direction, and it becomes like a community. So always have at least maybe, if possible, 2 to 3 people that you can lean on when you need that kind of social and emotional support, not just for your students, but for yourself. We have different lists for student help, adult help. So it's very good to have those resources to lean on.
Ditto. Again, just to add, you know yourselves better than anybody else. And so the minute you feel something is off, something is a little different, you just don't have the energy like you used to have it, you're not enjoying the things you used to enjoy, reach out. Find somebody, get some help, talk to somebody. Again, a lot of what I was hearing this afternoon is about community and support and bonding and rapport and relationships. And no man is an island, and we all need each other. So keep looking out for each other, and we will all make it.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating. And as we said at the beginning, this in no way could be the end of the conversation. It's just the beginning. And remember how we started. Show you care, be aware. Thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome sauce. Said intentionally and deliberately. Awesome sauce. I say it again. Absolutely. In 1978, I was told that I couldn't be an actor because I have 2 speech impediments, lisp and stutter. But look at me now. You gonna do it? Moving along? The official thanks.
Truly the official one, because we've been saying thank you all day long. Good afternoon. We just want to say to our panel, you did a brilliant job of starting a discussion. I mean, I think everybody in the room resonated with, if not everything, a lot of what was shared today by the panel. Just 2 of the thoughts I want to pull on. Thanks for clarifying the difference between mental health and wellness, and recognizing one feeds into the other, is a stream in the other. That point that was made, more is caught than is taught, really points the finger right back at us. You know, we can't expect what we are not exemplifying, and if we want our staff, our students, our parents to have good mental health and wellness, we need to have it. And so we really do need to take care of us. And the point that was also made, that looking forward to the point of moving from panel discussion to workshops, I heard that loud and clear. It's a practical way, another practical step to taking this thing further to ensure that we are all functionally well. So again, thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you for sharing with us. And thank you, fellow principals, for making this session something that we have to leave thinking about. What will we do differently with what we heard today so that we could be around for a long time? Thank you very much.
Awesome. Look at them laughing. Jamaicans have no chill, you know. We in the Caribbean, we have no chill. So we're going to have 3 remaining items just roll into each other as we wrap this session, this day up. we're going to be hearing from the update from the Independent Schools Unit, followed by financial update by Treasurer Lorna Lowe Robinson, and then close things off will be President Tamara McKenzie with her closing remarks. But first, let's hear from the Independent Schools Unit, and let's welcome Ms. Sharon Hunt, Registrar. Come on, Sharon, hunt me.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let me keep it in my hands. So I'm happy to be in this space again. I took a 4-year hiatus into another part of the Ministry of Education, the Jamaica Teaching Council, and I'm now back with independent schools. I see some old faces, I see some new faces, and if you know me well, that means that I'll be having more fun. My staff, two of which is here, Ms. Diana Thompson, again, I wish to say thank you on behalf of the independent schools and on behalf of the Minister of Education for more than adequately covering the desk of the registrar. And then we also have Mr. Pitkin. You weren't here earlier, so you can stand so they can see you. So this is Mr. Andrew Pitkin, another one of the assistant registrars. So we have 4 assistant registrars. Ms. Thompson is Region 2 and a part of Region 1. Mr. Pitkin is Region 1 and Region 6. We have a Mr. Dave Morgan who will be meeting in the future, who is a part of Region 5 and Region 7. And then we have Ms. Portia Downey, yes, thank you, who is Region 3 and Region 4. So we're trying to cover the span of the regions. So you know they have multiple portfolios, so they're not at the location at all times. So I'm here, and I'm going to make it as quickly as possible because I'm actually supposed to leave here at 2:30, but you are more important. I'm here to give you an update on independent schools, but I'm going to skew it a bit to your theme. And I'm going to try to read your theme. Safe and secure futures, navigating change in independent education. Now, safe and secure futures. If we don't have a safe and secure future, we don't have any form of education system. And so I'm going to do a quote by an unknown. Safety is not an option. It's an integral part of our commitment to education. And I know this about my independent schools, especially my Jisa schools. You take safety as an important and integral part of your educational profile. Unfortunately for us, we sometimes are reactive, not proactive. When we are working out what our school is supposed to be, we look at our curriculums, and we look at our content, and we look at our teacher quality, and we have all of these wonderful things for education. And one of the things that we don't make a framework for many times is how we're going to manage the safety and security. Now, in the Ministry of Education, we have 4 manuals. I had given out some a few years ago, and one of them is the Critical Incident Management Plan. And that Critical Incident Management Plan has not been updated. So there are aspects of it, like bomb scare and other things, and fishing and wishing and wishing. That is not a part of it. But even though it's not a part of it, can help you to do the framework. So all independent schools are supposed to have rules. And the rules usually tend to be for students and sometimes for staff. But our rule must be expansive. And we should not have a rule that is static, that has been here from 1974, 1980, 2000. We must have our rules that are looked at least every 3 years. And we have to look at it in the context not only of Jamaica, but in an international forum. Because what is out there will come here. Because Jamaicans, more than 50% of us, live abroad, come home every now and then, or have family visit. And when we come back, either from our visit or a return, we sometimes return with other things. So as schools, as we prepare our children, and we are keeping the environment in such a way that let them develop into individuals to their maximum potential, part of our planning, part of the framework that we must put in place is our rules and regulation, our critical incident management. And I'm using the ministry's terminology. But it's talking about the safe and secure futures. If you don't look at what you do with a safety and security lens, when it happens to you, you are going to be surprised. You're going to be left flat-footed. You're not going to know how to manage this space, and you're going to have to react. And when you react to other persons, you sometimes go on their platform. You go on their rhetoric. You go on their timeline. But if you have your things mapped out with all of your stakeholders, you can preordain what it is that you're going to do, how you're going to manage it, and when you put these things in place, you do a prayer that you don't ever have to use them. Are you with me? So some people think that if you put it down, you're begging it. If you say it, it's going to happen. No. Just in case it happens, you must have explored it and explored how you're going to manage it. Schools are a target. And not only government schools. People who sometimes want to accomplish many different things target schools. They want to be able to be in the media. They want that fame. They want to get children and wife and so forth in court. And they use the school to get there. Right? They have enemies outside and they want to get to the teachers. So they will say things that the teacher has done and it will reflect on the school. So it's a wide variety, it's a wide variable. I enjoyed the presentation. Again, I applaud you on the choices of persons who came, and I learned a lot. I might not remember what is wishing or fishing, but I have an idea what it means, right? And I'm wishing that my schools never have to do wishing or fishing. Are you with me? But one of the things that I expect you to go back with now is not only to say it to your stakeholders, not only to discuss what it is there, but to sit down with your stakeholders and make a plan. Structure your plan. What is it if it happens this way? What happens if it happens this way? Who reacts, how they react, and how they're going to send a report to independent schools when we call and ask you for the report that we want from last week. And when we ask you for the report from last week, that request is not necessarily coming from us. And that request is something is to save you. Because if the minister cannot answer certain basic questions, you're on your own. Are you with me? You need the ministry to answer in a way that helps you and assist you. We can't help you and assist you if we don't have the reports and we don't have the information. So you will gather your information, you will make up your charts and graphs, and you will make up your reporting structures, and you will contact your stakeholders, whether the police and the fire, and ask them for recommendation, and you will work out your plans. And we're not only talking about earthquake, we're not only talking about fire, we are talking about people coming on the compound to take students. We're talking about people coming on the compound because they want their children and the courts have denied them that. And if you end up in the middle of it, you are in the middle of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love your topic. I love how you have done this. I'm appreciative of you bringing this forward because I was just saying to someone the other day, one of the things that I would want to train my independent schools on is how to manage critical incidents. But I don't really have to train you because you start your training yourself. So I can cross that off my list, right? And look at what else it is that you might need from me. And if you think there's something I can give you, might not be financial, please. But is there anything I can assist you with? Please let me know. I am here to assist. I'm here to build. If you look at what my mandate is, you realize that all my job is to do is to help your schools grow, be efficient, and to be effective. So make my job easy and tell me how I can assist you, how we can assist you, and we'll see how best we can help you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for making this one of the first occasions that I come to as I return to this post, and I look forward to the pleasure of serving you. Have a great day. I have a question at the back, and it's my previous supervisor. You will realize that Dr. Mary Nichols taught, being the regional director for Region 6 and Region 2. Yeah, you know I'm not going to lift. She was my regional director in 2 regions. She taught us a lot. Kassan Troop, Nadine Leachman, Sharon Hunt, Terry Thomas Gale, and a myriad of other persons that seem to have floated to the top. And like Terry and Thomas Gale said, thank you very much, Dr. Nichols. Now, I will take your question.
Based on what something you hinted on a while ago, I'm not sure if there's a general ministry policy on it. A parent or a grandparent, in my experience, disagrees with a court decision and took it to the school. I had to flip my other role to deal with it. The other role that not many persons know. Justice of the people. And also court. Do we have a policy on it as to how a school should react, really?
A school cannot go against the court's decision.
You know,
I know.
It's up to you. So the court made a decision. Who must have the child? You don't know about the court decision, you know, that nobody told you.
Okay.
But there's this confrontation, big confrontation. With parents tug of war with children.
Yes.
What's the policy? That's happening frequently.
Yes. So, my recommendation is that your school rule, which is your policy, which should be signed off on by your Parent Teachers Association, should have a list of rules and regulations that the parents assign to and adhere to. So when the child enters the school, they should have indicated who may collect the child and who may change this arrangement. And when the arrangement is changed, they need to give it to you. So for example, on the arrangement, it's a mother and father and their name is present. And they went to court and it changed to the mother alone. But the mother failed to come to the school and tell the school that it is now the mother alone and the father is no longer allowed to pick up the child and give you the court documentation. Give you the documentation that says this, because you are not the police. So you cannot tell them no if you did not have the proof. Then the decision is not up to you. And so you make it as clear as possible to the parent when you get the children that this is it, and you make sure that when they're signing it, you went through the rules and regulation with them so that they cannot say that they did not understand the rules and regulation that they are signing to. And make sure you keep it, make sure it's dated, and make sure your rules and regulation have a date. And so sometimes it doesn't have a date, and they will tell the court that You just made up that rule and regulation. It wasn't there when they came. So every time you adjust your rule and regulations, you have the date, and you also have the minutes of the Parent Teachers Association meeting that sanctioned that agreement. Anybody think I covered that question well enough? Thank you.
But I think you could do it further by probably doing one of those bulletins.
I cannot do a bulletin because the schools for independent schools vary too much. And their responsibility differs based on it. So what they would write for a Genesis and the rules for a Genesis that deals with certain extremes, and the rules for an AISK who deals with diplomats will differ. And so I am willing to go to schools, and when I do go to schools, I look at your rules and regulation and give you suggestions and recommendations as to some of the things that you might want to change and you want to adapt. But I can tell you, there's no school, unless you had watched this before, I'm almost sure more than 50% of the schools that are private schools are inadequate rules and regulation to protect them. So I expect you to all go back to look at those rules and have discussions on them. And if you need me to come and look at them, I'll come with my eyes and give you my opinion. Again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Do have a wonderful rest of the day.
Money, 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 money. Let's now hear about money from Jisa Financial Update from Treasurer Donald Lowe Robinson. Money, 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 money. Come to. Before that, though, presentation to you, Miss Hunt. You need not hunt me. You have gifts that they can take home. Because this gift isn't available. So.
I do not have to hold the gifts?
No.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Mrs. Hunt, it gives me great pleasure. Miss Hunt, it gives me great pleasure to be saying a little thank you to you. We appreciate the fact that we're more important than your 2:30 appointment, even though we know it's because you want to give us all the information that is necessary for us to abide to the rules and regulations of the Independent Schools Unit. We're looking forward to seeing you in our schools, to assisting us in adjusting our rules and so on, to meet the demanding times and to really fulfill the theme. God bless you. Oh, and I'm giving you 2 gifts so that we remain in good standing. Here you go.
Thank you very much. I will not say that it's a bribery. I just want to say again, I am here to support. I am here to build. I'm here to help you to protect yourself, because one of the things that comes to my unit constantly is people going after my schools. And the only time they catch them is when they have not put systems in. Gifts, gifts.
And more gifts. Hello, hearing me, everybody? Wonderful. Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't know why they put me at the end when you're all flagged out and not wanting to hear figures at all. So I'm not secretariat or the treasurer who is a part of the secretariat. I just want to say that as an executive, we decided early that we wanted to do things more efficiently all around, and that includes our accounts as well. And so we took 2 decisions which I think have borne fruit already. In that one, we transitioned finally to QuickBooks. I'm in the 21st century now. And I'm seeing such a difference already. Trust me, things are just so much more efficiently run, and we have information at our fingertips. The second decision that we took, which I think has borne fruit, is that we contracted an accountant finally to run the accounting aspects, because the secretariat of one person, the load is just too much. Could I have some order here, please, class? Thank you so much. Yes, so we also have an accountant that we have contracted with, and we have our first quarterly accounts out. We are up to date. I mean, it's music to my ears, please. So I'm just so grateful that we took this decision. And so we're moving forward, we're just going to be managing our events so much more efficiently, because and an event for us is a general meeting, it's a sports event. It's very important that we don't make a loss on anything we do, because it is a small surplus from each event that actually run the secretariat. And so I'm going to say, I know some of you felt it in your pockets today to spend that $20,000. I hope it was worth it. But we want to make sure that we price it properly so that we don't make a loss. Because sometimes we come out of these events making a loss. And that doesn't make any sense for us or for you. And we just want to be very transparent with you and accountable. We have to be accountable in terms of our statutory obligations as a charitable status organization. It's very important that our accounts are up to date and ready for audit at any time. And so our record keeping will be improved as well. So I just want to say we do have a little money in the kitty, but because of tight management of the functions that have taken place so far, we did receive a sponsorship from the Grace Kennedy Group of $2.5 million that went towards football and netball. And that's why there's a little money here. We don't even actually have the money because they have not paid us in full as yet. But it is really to move ahead with the big sporting events that are coming up, which are your Western sports and your prep champs, for which we don't have sponsorship as yet. So it's a lot of work and really keen management of our accounts to make it happen. So that's it in a nutshell. You'll see the figures there that you can look at later. And yeah, we're just doing our best to make sure we're always accountable to you, our members, and running just a tight ship.
If there are schools who have parents or companies that they work with, and so sponsorship comes,
Absolutely. Network. Because that's what we did to have our speakers here today. I want to just say thank you to Anna Wallace for letting that happen. And it's always who you know and who you're close to. And it's the same thing as it relates to sponsors. So we just invite persons to just think about who you have connections with in your schools and reach out to them. Because the only thing they can say is no. That's the worst thing that they can say. But if you never ask, then you never know. So I want to just appeal that you make just that one little call or two calls to help us, because we are a far way from just identifying where the funds are going to be to run these events, and we do want to make them happen for our children. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't have anything else to report on it. And if there are any questions anybody may have. No? All right, thank you so much. And yeah, let's keep the ball rolling. Right, back up.
Rolling. It ain't who you know, it's who knows you. You cannot run. And now, with this, we're going to end by 3. So please now let's have closing remarks from Mrs. Tamara McKenzie, President of Jisa.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start back with where Donna left us. Today has been a good day. I feel full. I mean, we've had a rough time. Coming in here this morning was a little hard for me because I don't know if you've noticed, one of our faithful Jisa servants is missing. And every time I go over there and I look on the screen and I see her dancing, it's a little tough. Our newest administrator in the office has been having some health challenges, and I think in pockets we're all getting little bites of either partners in our schools that we are losing, or parents who are not doing well, or families that are not doing well. And sometimes, if we really want to be honest, we're not doing so well ourselves. And so today we wanted to create a deliberate shift in our hosting. So we wanted everybody to come in and feel a hug, an embrace from the executive, to feel good about being in the room, to host our sponsors who continue to lobby behind our schools and show up and make us look good. Because the truth is, when we step into a room like this and we see the branding and we see the business of education come to life, it really kind of changes the tone, and it's encouraging. When I look at the books around on the tables and the different gifts and tokens, and every sponsor has something to share with us or to tell us or something new, it creates a really good pause. And so I have to thank the sponsors. I have to thank you, everybody who turned out, even at last minute, and you stretched and you supported us. This was what we wanted to create in terms of an experience. Not just to, come into a meeting and we talk a little bit, but we wanted to really fet our members and have everybody feel good. And I have to big up the planning team, because if you've ever worked with me, I'm not there. I know what I want, and I want what I want. And we're going to do it as impossible as it is. And even at the last minute, when we had several cancellations, this team took the baton and they just did a sprint. So I want to pause a little bit before we wrap up, and I want to call my Vice President. Sasha, can you please come here? We have a token for you. So VP Sasha Wright has led the planning team for this general meeting, and I want to present her token because she's been handing out, so we have to thank her for her hard work and for making it possible. The panel discussion, when I heard mental health, and I said it's a little funny topic that sometimes we don't really honestly share on. And I thought about it, and I said the best person in the room to moderate this is Sasha, because there's one thing she's going to do. She's going to ask the questions, and she's going to share, and she's going to get us pouring into each other. And I sat there and watched you in the room, and without us even wanting to, that pour came. So I want to ask that you do me a favor. Between today and tomorrow, Faithlyn has been out of her school. Don't call her, send her a text. And Faithlyn, I'm going to ask the team that is videoing to clip this and send it to me, because I want you to repeat after me. We're going to send her a little message, and we have to cheer her up, because when one man is down, we're all down. And if you know what Faithlyn is in full swing, our man is down. So guys, after 3, we're going to say, Faithlyn, we miss you and we love you. And I really want these clips to tell me when you're ready. Wide shot. And I guess you're going to look at me, and I need this. This is my present, sir. So make sure Donna get it for me, please. We ready, guys? So Faithlyn, we miss you and we love you, right? After 3, 1, 2, 3.
Faithlyn, we miss you and we love you.
I think she will get a very big smile. So we have been doing a lot of things, and I have to give thanks to our regulators. Our date changed. We lost our first location. We should have been at another venue. And the Ministry of Education said no problem. Ms. Hunt should have been hosting a training today with her officers. I don't know what happened, but that date changed, and everybody shifted around Jisa. I cannot remember how long it's been since we got people shifting around us, but I want to implore all of us in this room to not waste the opportunity that is in front of us. And I want to remind us, and I want you to bear with me, because I think it has to be said. We're in a space where even among our parent groups and our teachers, and for us ourselves as colleagues, we tend to focus on advocacy to an extremity. and we forget the value of partnership. And I want to remind us that none of our schools singly can lead the charge, and none of us are the only ones called. So you see, when we pray and we ask for our schools to be blessed and for our feet to be led and for our hands to bear fruit, pray for others. Pray for the schools close to you. And sometimes we get the biggest reward from stepping away from ourselves and pouring into other spaces. If any of us have led in any capacity, I can tell you this because I live this now. I am not getting results because I am good. I am not that good. Yes, I work hard, but I am not that good. Support is coming. People are moving because I know I have sown seeds of support. And so now it's my time to be supported. And if you're a school in my community and you've reached out to me, you know the minute I can help, I'm there. Even if my own is burning down, I'm going to show up. And I think if it is one thing I want to ask of all of us, in building schools that are safe, in creating pathways that are going to add value to our communities, let us try to be the value add. Let us try to pause, even in increments, and reach out. That little minute of slowing down and just reaching out, it makes a tremendous difference. There's a lot of good things that are happening around us that if we just sometimes step aside and look around and breathe it in a little bit, we find that sweet spot where the air is a little bit thin. I know we're in private education. I know we have a push to earn. We have these numbers. We have our boards. We have viability talks, the sustainability push. A lot of us are in the middle of succession planning. Who is going to take over? What is going to happen if something happens to me? How do I make sure this dream that I would have started, this role that I'm in, lives on? And if you haven't started that, you have to start it now. I learned something very, very early in my life. Old age it isn't promised to any of us. I say it every day at school. I watched my parents bury a child. Old age is not promised to any of us. And sometimes the best thing that we can do for ourselves is to set up the people around us so well that they're able to take over and continue what we've started. Because what good would it be if all of those long days and long months, something happens to you and school closes at the end of the term? And no one can be found, nothing can be done. It doesn't serve any of us. And so we have to now be diligent and deliberate in when we're planning for schools, we're planning for ourselves to leave. It don't make no sense you leave when there's nothing to leave. It don't make no sense you appoint somebody as principal and when them come, them can't even put in a door because everything has been done. That's not leadership. And when we look at our roles, everyone, we have to look at this awesome opportunity that we have. The stage is set, right? And it's up to us for what we do with it. I think it's refreshing to have spent the day together. I think all of us, we're leaving with ideas, we're leaving lifted, we're leaving encouraged, and we're leaving with at least one thing. And if you're not leaving with anything, stay back a little bit and huddle. Get something. Meet a friend. I sat here this morning and I listened to principals say, "Hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm from..." And it was so nice. I was chuckling. You know why? There are some rooms we enter as principals where you sit next to somebody for the entire day and they don't say hi. It's true. Whether or not we want to admit it, it's true. And we're in this space. The room is not as full as we would want it to be, but this is where it starts, right? And we keep pushing. We have a lot of things coming up. Sports is happening. Principals, I have evolved so much. I have never been interested in sports. No, I'm on the bus early in the morning making sandwiches. And you know what? Hearing the boys quarrel and shout and laugh and fall and hurt and excited, It is so different. It is so good. The job shifted. I found this new little sweet spot that I'm hunting after now. If your school is not able to play, go watch a game. Support another school. Call a principal. You need any help? I can give you a case of water. It makes the world of a difference. And when you hear these little events happening, it's a big deal for us, the planning team that sacrifices how many days and nights to put it together, the things that have to happen behind the scene. It is incredible. The thinking and thought of each other. When I heard Donna say to me yesterday on the phone, I'm going to call the hotel because principals are traveling from out of town and I need them to get a hot cup of something when they get there. Who thinks of that? I never thought of that. Donna thinks of that. And then when she said the break needs to be split because when they're going home, they need something to pack up. I thought to myself, Donna, no, she's not going nowhere. We're going to retire her right here because it's the consideration. It takes all of us to keep the wheels going. So I'm really proud of where we are. We're putting a lot of things together. And I think the best push that you can give the executive is that of support. The reach out. If you took pictures, if you had feedback from today, drop it in the group. Let everybody know, we're back. We're doing this. So that other events we can continue to come together. We can continue to make it better and better. And so as we go home, I just want to thank everybody again for coming out. I felt so proud. And I know many of us felt proud too. When every speaker who came up here, we acknowledged them with something. They left with something. Because you know what? That's who we are as independent school leaders. We're incredible hosts. It's one thing about all of us. When people come to a school, we know to make them feel good. You know why? It's hard to get people to come to our school. People don't come to our school. Them go everywhere else. And we're out there busting our shut doing all sorts of stuff. And we're delivering good news, okay? You're not seeing our schools doing some of the crazy things. But we're not getting the support. And today, when I saw everybody's face, when I listened to our CEO right here, and she said, boy, this is nice. And I get something from Minister too? Yes, because that's who we are. And school leaders, we're going to keep delivering at this level. We're going to keep giving people thanks. We're going to keep showing up. Bertram reminded me of it today, because I said it last time, so I'll say it again. Excellence must be our minimum standard at all times in everything we do, with how we sit and eat, with how we sit and meet, with how we greet and go home. Everything we do has to be at that standard. We don't leave it at school and come here differently. We take it in every pocket that we go. So everybody, thank you for coming out. Remember, we have Western Meet coming up. Reach out to Bertram and bother him, please. Bother him. March 27th. That's the Wednesday before Holy Thursday. For all of you who are able to go, Western Meet will be an excellent opportunity because you're going to see how we're going to manage the business of sponsorship there. We want to create an experience where small business operators can come out and sell. It's a good idea that I want everybody to see and be a part of so you can come and take those persons and do a night market at your school. Do a fundraiser at your school. Every time you come to an event, you see these sponsors, pressure them to come to your school, to engage with your parents. So when you have parent consultation meetings, and I do it, the parents not just coming to the teachers. You have a school full of people. Reach out to the dealerships and buy a car from. Say, come put out 2 cars. Make parents look on car too. So the environment is rich. It is vibrant. The school becomes a community in and of itself. We have prep champs coming up. Please follow the example of our dear executive members. Share parents you know who can help us. Send the contact information. All of these sponsors in this room, we got the support from our executive members who said, call this person, I've spoken to them. Call this person, they're ready to share. And we want to keep it along that track. So thank you everybody for coming, and we'll see you very soon. So your committee chairman says the team needs to come up here so we can thank them properly. Anna, Vanessa, Donna, please. This is the team that planned this event. The planning committee. You realize they look like, why are we doing this? We have to give them thanks, everybody. They did a great job. The writing of the letters, the putting the arm of everything together. Can we? And the food was good, everybody? Yes. How did you find the views? How was the cheesecake? And I'll tell you something. There is more cake at the back. They changed the juices. Everything has been replenished. So you can have a nice little lime and everything and enjoy yourself. So I really want to thank the team for this. Just to give you one final update with the office. I'd shared it briefly before, but I really want to say it again. Please keep Miss Clark in your prayers. I know you've been seeing us share some messages like the office is closed and things like that. It's not anything outside of what we cannot control and serious health challenges that she's been having. I mean, she came into Jisa with a lot of fire and oomph and a lot of passion. And unfortunately, she fell ill one day while at work. So we've been checking in on her. Donna has stopped her life again, and she's in the office saving the day and helping because sports have to continue. Trudy can tell you and the other principals who run sports schools, the sports business is something else. And so Donna has been there holding it down. So please keep Miss Clark in your prayers. If you're calling the landline and you're not getting through, call Donna or call the mobile, and Donna will be able to assist us. And once we settle down, we'll send out something formal. But thank you, everybody. And thank you again to every sponsor because you guys were fabulous. Alvin, thank you for just saying yes. Davia, thank you for just saying yes. None of our sponsors asked for a letter. Tip Friendly, Janice, thank you so good for taking care of them because, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. Smart Term, Book Merchant, they called us, you know. When is general meeting? Yes. Smart Term, Mr. Sadler said, send me the price. What's the price? And everybody followed suit. And guys, that's good news that we have to celebrate. We never walked and begged and run down. Everybody said, send us the invoice. So you see, if your school is not doing some business with Mr. Alvin over there, health and pension, please. Hada, we have Book Zone. School leaders, thank them, let them feel good, invite them to meet with your teachers and your parents, and let us keep the momentum going because they're spending money with us. We have to reciprocate too. All right, thank you, everybody. Our MC. Blacka is my friend. And we argue a lot because I don't think Blacka is all that funny. There's a major gap between us. And when he goes on TV and him do anything, I call him and I tell him, good or bad. And if I'm doing anything, he doesn't call me, him shout. And him tell people. So Blacka, you did a good job today.
Whoa! You think that...
I'm going to tell you something. 1 minute. Blacka is back in business. Do you remember a time when he was missing? You couldn't find him? He wasn't doing too well. People love clap for we when things are going for we. Now, so when things not happening for us, them throw it away. Blacka wasn't doing so well, but he's back now, and he has a big show coming up. He has a show on TV too. So he's making money now. Again. Him booked out. He has a show, and I want to give you an idea because I had it over there. I'm going to give you an idea. No, you don't want nothing for free, miss. We're viable businesses. We don't take free things. You want the idea, colleagues, or you want to go home? So listen to this, because I'm going to do it, and we can compare notes. On February 14th, Blacka has a show. Buy a ticket and go watch the show. And then tell him say you watch him show and you want him bring the show to your school. And then let him give you a special rate for the show. And then you are going to price up the show and then your school going to make some money. He wants to tell you a little bit about the show, and he has tickets for the show on him. But I'm telling you, these are some of the things that we have to do. We don't always have to sell snow cone and lapatan, and we can make it a little differently. But Blacka from all of us at Jisa, and you realize he wore our colors today, so it's not no pian thing, you know. Come over. You see him come out in him Jisa, oh, come down. So he came in his Jisa clothes. I think this shirt needs to be sent to Jisa when he walked in. You see him say, we're friends, we're not friends. He picks on me. Do you know what he said to me when he came in? I must go home and change because the color is blue and yellow. But sir, you look like you work at NCB. So you have to go take a picture with the NCB team.
I'm a client.
Well, Blacka, thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
Or I reached out to Blacka.
2 days ago.
Because we didn't need a little vibe, right? And I said to him, we cannot afford you because you're a celebrity again. So we want the off-season price. And you know what he said? I'll do it for Jisa. So Blacka, thank you.
My pleasure.
And take care of our principals.
I will. But let me clarify the event on February 14. So I have a foundation, Becca Foundation, that's offered for children in the inner city, free music lessons, because they can't afford to go pay for piano lessons. And we'll be having a fundraiser. Battle Dawkins play once upon a watch night. But before the play is at 8:30, but at 7 o'clock, we have lavish cocktails, steel pan music, comedy by me and some friends, and some little more extras, and then they play at 8:30. So you have from 7, all kind of things, for the small donation of $3,500 at Little Theater.
So imagine what we could do with that at our school, guys. So, and we can even get some of those kids who are playing in his program to come and play for our parents and start our own school bands or get some equipment. So it's something to think about. And if you're not even going to do it for your school, support Blacka still. Is one of us. Thank you, Blacka. Thank you, everybody. Have a safe drive home. Please share your pictures and your feedback in the group. We have more events to come, and we want to see all of our members out.
Check, check.
How this can benefit in terms of partnership. 1 second, so just give me a name, please, and thank you.
Yeah, man. Partnership. Well, okay. So I'm here with Smart Term Limited. We have been a JISA partner for a couple of years now. Smart Term. That's our product. Yeah, I'll talk about it. Yeah, man. Sure, no problem. My name is Sef Ahmad. I am one of the directors of Smart Term Limited. We have been a JISA partner for the longest time, going back at least, I think, more than 5 years at this point. So we've been a part of, even prep school, champs and everything. Smart Term provides a full ecosystem through a platform or a suite of platforms that help schools to digitize their operations. We're actually here today to talk about Tamrin, which is one of our new products. And Tamrin actually is going to give curated curriculum-aligned content packs to students. We're launching with test prep, but it's going to expand far beyond that. It can benefit all the JISA schools because now they can get relevant preparation, and if they're an existing Smart Term client, they can even tie back the test prep performance to the actual school reporting. So we're very excited about that. We love JISA. We've been with you guys for a long time, and we just look forward to partnering with the schools and growing together.
Yeah, we're not good now. What keep it going? What is the response? Keeps Smart Term still here today?
We started this business because we're products of JISA. Myself and my co-founders went through the schooling system here in Jamaica. I'm a Mona Prep student myself. And what drives us is the ability to create opportunities and open doors for students like ourselves, as well as other students that may not have had some of the opportunities we did to go and develop that strong foundation, go abroad and leverage those resources. So our main outcomes that we're looking at is, like I've mentioned before, to create this ecosystem where we can bridge learning gaps.
From the clientele, give me some feedback.
The clientele are happy. The clientele are happy. We've had relationships with some of these schools going back, like I said, about 5 years now, 6 years now. Several of the schools in JISA were some of our first clients, and they've grown with us ever since. They're happy. They love that we're always innovating. We recently launched something called a Tamrin AI lesson plan generator, and I was having a conversation with some of the schools here today. They would love that teachers don't have to do their own lesson plans from scratch anymore. We start leveraging innovative technologies like artificial intelligence to give them a boost and give them a head start. So the feedback is overwhelmingly positive. We're working with all these schools because we know we can find unique ways to bring value to them.
So bright future for you.
Yeah, man, we're excited.
Thank you. Give me your name again.
Sef Ahmad. Yeah, man, it's a pleasure meeting you.
You said go with the name.
What's your name?
My name is Jordal Daly.
And who you represent?
I'm representing the Book Merchant Limited, and we're agents of Scholastic Publishing. So we distribute products that are published by Scholastic Publishing across Jamaica and the Caribbean.
What kind of books?
So what we brought here today, we brought mainly educational products. So we have textbooks that focus on math teaching in the classroom. These are prime math products, and they range from grades 1 to 6, and in each grade level we have 3 components, which is the course book, teacher's guide, and practice book. Course book is just to teach the lessons, math topics, things like that, and the practice book is where the students can actually practice those topics and learn. And then the teacher's guide is to help teachers teach in the classroom. It helps them to teach each topic, and so for each grade level, each component aligns with each other. So for example, in the course book, the first topic will be the same in the teacher's guide, so the teacher can follow along with the student as they're teaching. And so we also have books focused on English. We have active English and active phonics, and they're similar to the math products, where they're both there to teach English in the classroom.
What is the feedback purchasing the books in terms of how long you've been publishing, and what's the advantage in it?
Well, we found out a lot of people, especially for the prime math products, lots of people use them. Some people that came over today to our table, they said that they already had a lot of these components and were using them in their classroom. So we think there's very, very good feedback, very good response to the products that we're bringing to Jamaica. And these products actually, they're the Success Edition, and they're specifically made for the Jamaican curriculum.
So you happy being here? Talk to me about your experience here.
I really like my experience here. It was actually really, really insightful hearing each person speak and present. It was very educational, more than I thought it would be. I thought it was mostly going to be on education or books.
Some boring topic.
Yeah, but then the speakers that we had today, they spoke about cybersecurity and how to look out for those stuff and bomb threats, and so I found it really, really insightful and educational. Right, yeah.
So you enjoy being here.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a name again.
Jordan Daly.
And from?
Book Merchant Limited.
Just give me a name.
Okay.
And just relax. Enjoy yourself. That's your position, your name, what tip is all about. You can just respond. Yes. And smile at one. Come on, who are you, please?
Sir, you.
So just give me a name, easy as
Okay, so tell me when you're ready. You. Okay. Judy Miller Smith, Marketing Manager, Tip Friendly Society. Here at Tip, we provide savings, loans, and insurance for all persons employed in the education sector. We started in 1997, and we have been serving our membership since. We're into corporate social responsibility, and we give back to our members. So continue looking out for Tip on our social media pages. Visit our website at www.tipfriendly.com. Why choose Tip? We provide competitive products and services to all our members. Some of the bigger institutions you see out there, we have better and much more competitive products.
I truly believe as some customers that is tailored Give me one or two of the features that many of your clients love that they will not get anywhere.
Okay, so we have a combo product or tip for life. That product, you'll be able to access a loan, you'll be able to get personal accident benefits on this product, and no other company has that product.
Clearly, you have a lot of Jisa clients. What is the feedback from them?
A lot of?
There are some Jisa clients here.
Right.
What is the
Excellent service. Excellent service.
and why are you here then?
Why am I here? Because one of your member recommended us. Right. And yes, it has been a very pleasant experience. There are members here who were members while they were in the public sector, and they are now in private, and they are still members, and they have actually utilized their schools to be members with TIP. So yes, we have. Right. Well, we are always serving you is our pleasure, and we will continue to do so for the next umpteen years. Yes. Okay. So we're
Touch and feel. One second. I was packing up. Let me spread it back out. Alrighty, quickly. Alright, so ready? Alright, so I'm Rivali Patterson, education consultant with Harder Education. Harder Education, we're educational publishers, so we publish books specifically for the curriculum. Our primary mathematics series is provided to all primary schools by the Ministry of Education, and everything that we do here is approved by the ministry to be sold into primary schools or secondary schools. So our business is making educational textbooks.
What will be your niche, your angle with your literature, so to speak? I give you the edge.
Right.
Keep on coming.
Well, we're pretty strong in some subject areas, particularly at the primary level. We're pretty strong in math. Like I said, that's our biggest market at the primary area. But for secondary, we're pretty strong in English. Most of the literature books used in the high schools, most of you will be familiar with it, like the Young Warriors, Escape to Last Man Peak. Quite a number of them are published by Harder Education. So we are strong in different subject areas depending on the level. And of course, also in English at primary. In English, everybody knows that. Part of that security, if we want to extend it, is making sure that the content that we have is secure. So though we have the physically published books, there's another element of the online content. And so Harder has our own platform Boost where persons can use our resources, and those resources are safe and secure instead of students just arbitrarily going online and just getting content from anywhere. So that's another level of making sure that we're producing content that is consistent and secure, because we have to worry about the type of content that kids are consuming.
So overall, have you been here?
Likewise, I'm happy being here. We're just a partner, so we're represented here most times. And of course, schools, educational publishing, we go hand in hand. So hence the reason why we'll always support Jisa.
Thank you.
You're welcome.